Okay, welcome back to another live stream. Today I am continuing some work on a new concept design that I was working on, excuse me, the book for more creature concept art, things of that nature. And I don't know if this stream is picking everything up as it should, so I'm hoping that it is. I'm gonna pretend like it is. For those of you who are joining in today, once more, welcome. So this stream is really just kind of a look into my world. I don't have anything special planned, but you get to watch me make concept art, basically. So I'm doing this for a few reasons. Number one, I need to get my watch hours up on YouTube, and a fellow creative, fellow artist, and YouTuber mentioned the same thing that I'm about to say right now, but one way to do so really well is to do live streams. And so you guys are invited to hop on in, take a seat, talk, and I will be your host. First, I'm going to send a quick text message. Welcome, Devon. Dude, why are you taking a nap? It must have been a day. I'm so glad to hear the audio sounds good because, yeah, guys, for anybody who's tuning in, this took forever to set up. I have consistently bad luck with my audio for my videos, so yeah, this will be the first time where it's not just terrible, I guess. But no, that's good to hear. Ooh. Devon, yeah, I'm sorry to hear it. You were coming back from Florida, right? Yep. Yep, that explains it. I would take a nap too after that. How was the trip? Right, and by the way, I didn't even talk about what I'm drawing in detail, right? So I mentioned that I'm doing concept art. This here is a sand crab, specifically a giant sand crab, and so I am just putting on some final details into the build for it. I kind of went back and forth on the design for this. Obviously, a lot of the inspiration comes from some real life crustacean influences, I guess you can say, but I wanted something that was kind of a cross between a coconut crab as well as a hermit crab. But, with some unique features kind of affiliated with it too. So, of the wildlife that exists in my world building project within Animus, the world itself, there are quite a few that use magic, and this is one of them. So, you can expect to see that through its use of earth magic, water magic, things of that nature. It knows a couple of spells, but this is one of the enemies that you can expect, or, well, creatures. We're talking about, just neutral terminology that you'll expect to encounter within some of the world's regions. And Devon, yeah, you want to hop on a call, you said. Let's see what we can do to situate that. As a matter of fact, Let me send you something. We've got ways to make this work. We've got the right tools and the right technology to make magic happen. If I invite a guest, if I send this to you, which I'll drop it in the chat right here. I can't make promises for anybody else watching that I'll be able to let you all in. But this is for you, Devon. If you click on that, I should be able to admit you and we can get things going. All right. So I'm at a spot right now with this design to where I've got the form basically captured where I want it to be. And it doesn't need to be at a place where, it's perfectly kind of, inked out and filled in for the purpose in which I'm trying to use it for. But this, I'm going to say, is a pretty good place to stop once I erase some of the extra sketch marks. In the last video I did, I didn't really get a chance to talk about, the actual drawing techniques that I was using with regard to like foreshortening and just kind of the iterative process behind all of this. So for anybody watching, my channel is really dedicated to be, number one, a world building kind of repository for my fantasy novel and the world associated with it, as well as a kind of artistry resource. So a little bit about me and a little bit about that kind of artistry aspect of things. I have worked as a professional user experience designer for about 9 years, but prior to all of that, I went to art school really since middle school. And so I've got this mixed background that I like to use with a lot of my work that kind of, blends together this mix of design and fine arts. And so we'll be able to talk all about that and just anything else as well too. Whoa, well, Devon, that was my fault completely. How's it going, man?
I'm so sorry. Am I
Okay. I think the capture is not capturing. I need to do something. Let me see, is the screen still being shared? Let's see. Window. That needs to
mic
be shared.
check? Cool.
Okay, we've got 2 people on. What's going on? Good to see you.
I didn't know we were doing video. I was just testing things. Can
It's
you
okay.
hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Do you want to turn off your video? You're welcome to do that too.
I can. Let me just make the background a bit more presentable. Give me 1 sec. I'll just leave it like this. One
No,
moment.
no, you're good, man. You're good. I'll give you 2 moments. I think that's getting to a healthy spot. So what I'm doing right now for everybody watching is I'm working on just kind of getting rid of some of those sketch marks, which have been super useful just for mapping out, where body plan parts need to be, whether that's with the claw or the legs or things of that nature. And seeing as this drawing is kind of at a phase to where it's almost done from that kind of, level of detail that I want it at, I'm just going to start erasing a few things here.
Oh my.
Oh my.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
It's bright, bro.
I see.
I think it's adjusted slightly.
It's okay. It's okay. You just
Slowly but surely.
Power Rangered your setup.
Yeah, it was like that the first time. Clearly. Absolutely.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm bugging, man. There's something going on with me. Mis-
I'm going to check your audio, so
okay,
I'm probably gonna hear double for a little bit, but
okay.
everybody wish me luck.
If I do, if you do, and if I do,
Oh,
put
wow.
you on mute.
Sounds good.
Good. Mr. Tim, or Mr. Tim Tim, welcome to the chat.
This is incredibly dangerous.
What's dangerous, Mr. Tim Tim, or?
And anybody can just hop
Eh,
into this chat and
Oh,
wreak untold havoc upon your stream endlessly.
hey, we've got a pretty cool crowd of people hopping in. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know who's. No, but guys, for everybody who's hopping in, like I've been saying before, I'm currently in the process of getting this concept art design kind of finalized for the most part. What I want to do eventually is use this and a few other drawings to kind of talk about this region, this really special region that's within the book, where you'll find some of the creatures and some of the kind of organisms and some other landscape details too that I'll sketch, all kind of contained within it. And just having some good visual references for the biodiversity as well as the lore that's associated with each is something that I want to put together. And so that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the beginnings of all of that coming together right now, live, for your eyes to enjoy.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Quite the spectacle, everyone.
I think so.
Sorry, I just... Oh, man. I've never seen Restream's little setup here. It obviously is higher quality on their streaming service, from what I can tell, versus YouTube. Obviously, because you're streaming there first.
Mhm.
But it comes across pretty crisp.
I think so, too.
There's only a slight delay between what's happening on there. Okay, slight being like probably 10 to 15 seconds, which isn't as bad as I would expect it to be.
Yeah, that's not the worst thing in the world. I'm gonna say hello. Nora Hochgelden, Nasselson, glad to see that you're able to hop into the chat. But yeah.
Could you say that one more time?
Yeah, I was saying hello to somebody.
Okay,
and-
I thought that was a full name, Nora Fuschel.
Oh my, yeah, no,
I'm
no.
like, man, that
Could you imagine?
third of their name, next in line.
Nope, that's not the case, thankfully.
See, bro, this is why it's important to learn new languages.
Devon is learning Japanese, and I think that's it. Like you're studying
Yeah, that's
Japanese, but yeah, okay.
Some days it feels like Japanese is learning me, if you know what I mean.
You know, it happens. We have those relationships with languages where they teach us.
Son, how was the Labor Day weekend? Everyone else in the chat, how was your Labor Day weekend? Did you spend some extra time relaxing? Did you go somewhere? Did you just work?
That's a good question. Yeah, for everybody to answer. For those of you in the U.S., yeah, that's for you. For those of you who are out the U.S., we have a holiday that's called Labor Day. I have no idea what the significance of this holiday is. Devon, maybe you can help me. But
I believe Labor Day was something that was formed by labor workers back in like the early, was it 60s or 80s? I can't remember.
Really? Okay.
Basically, we work hard and we make the economy go boom, so we should be celebrated. And so I think Labor Day was founded so that I think we were supposed to get it off. I don't know if it was Labor Day resulted in us having the day off, or if we just wanted to be celebrated, and being celebrated got us off for a day. I don't know. But some stores are still open on Labor Day, so it kind of backfired.
We'll go with that. We'll go with that one right there. But yeah. Yeah, dude, I didn't really do anything besides, I was grinding this weekend. Like I
like
didn't
Cartesian,
like Cartesian plane moving across the Z-axis grinding. Um, no, like I didn't really do anything besides, yeah, like business stuff. I made some contracts for some clients. I didn't really do a lot of work on Kinix. This is my first time really, putting any energy towards that right now. So, yeah, nothing exciting, unfortunately. That was like the most boring explanation I feel like ever, unfortunately.
I mean, it's only boring if you make it boring. You could have sounded a bit more excited about the work that you do, and maybe we as a unit would be more excited for your life.
Yeah, touche.
So let's rewind that. And just give us that speech again, but sound like pumped.
Spice it up a little bit. Yeah. Next time. Okay. Yeah.
Don't be afraid to lie a little bit too.
Okay. Yeah. Like I could add some spice. I can, so.
Yeah. Let me run that back. Let me frame you up. So hey.
Let me run. Yeah.
Hey Amir. How was your Labor Day weekend? Did you do anything fancy this weekend?
Dude, you're not gonna believe this. So, guys, I had to get into a fight.
No way.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I had to fight against time. I had to get like 5 documents out to people before somebody was going to come knocking down my door asking me for pipelines and orientation schedules for getting work delivered.
Just like Treon.
Just like who?
Treon.
Oh yeah, Treon. Yeah, right.
The guy.
Yeah. The guy. Yeah. Right. We don't want. Yeah. So some might argue a spiritual successor to Treon's cousin potentially. That's kind of what I was dealing with. Yeah. So guys, there's this thing. There's this thing, entity, person. His name is Treon, and you have to pay him. And so you do, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of that bill that comes out. And so, unfortunately for me, along with so many other artists, we all need to pay Treon. And so we do this thing, and we need money for it. And so that we don't get our hides turned inside out, we need to get this money like fundraised, and we need to pay Treon. So this is a link to my Patreon right there. And if you donate money towards it, it might just save a life.
Wait. I accidentally sent you a link to your Patreon, and I think that it didn't show up for anybody else.
Damn it, fun.
What is Restream? I can make a presentation?
I guess you can. Yeah, apparently you can make presentations. I haven't used this enough, but it seems like a pretty cool tool. You can add your own branding to things, presentations. I think I want to leave this. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud right now.
Don't let me distract you.
Dude, no, you're fine. Dude, I'm putting on too much.
Has the queue of the chat populate from the top down instead of coming from the bottom.
Yeah, which I think is kind of cool. I mean, it lets me see what the most recent thing is, kind of as the streamer, I guess.
You could also scroll to the bottom and that still happen, right?
Yeah, you could too. I see what you mean. So yeah, okay. Shifting gears for a second. That's sufficient.
Sorry, I'm distracting you. Here I am.
No, you're fine. No, we need speaking. We need talking. We need a meta level of entertainment in this content. And that's what we're doing.
I was not preparing for that before this. My gosh, was I falling asleep.
You just roll over and just find yourself in this in the stream.
I'm not even kidding. I woke up, I looked at my phone, I was about to text Jenna, my wife, and it's like, Creative Animus went live. I'm like, shoot. Okay, maybe everything's good. And then I look on your stream and I see it's just your face and you're not drawing. We can't see your drawing. I'm like, oh my gosh, I gotta do something.
Dude, I sent to SOS for a reason. I was like, yo,
Is that why
Help,
you called earlier?
dude. That's exactly why I called you earlier. I was like, I'm about to
I
be in so much crap right now.
I
If
saw your
somebody,
phone. Yeah, I saw your number pop up on. I was like, whatever Amir has, he'll deal with it. He'll be fine. No, I'm
no,
so sorry.
that was an SOS, man. I was stranded on an island.
You got sauced.
Lee,
Hello, Art. You want to pronounce that
oh
one
no.
correctly, Amir?
Actually, yes, I'm gonna try to do this correctly. Let me see. Lee Ya Mo Art.
Liamo. Yeah.
Please forgive me if I butchered that. Lee Ya Mo Art. But I'm trying to say welcome.
You
I'm
don't
happy
have
that
to
you're on the
forgive him.
stream.
Just saying.
Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Devon and I, we were just talking about my
That's
concept.
Amir. This is Devon. And together, I'm not supposed to be a part of this channel. I'm not. My face isn't even supposed to be here, but here we are, and here you are, Liamo.
Exactly.
Liamo. Sorry.
Oh my god. Yeah, Liamo, this is if you've seen any of the videos, you've probably seen my face. For those of you who are all hopping in, my name is Amir. Like Devon mentioned earlier, I am the host of Creative Animus, and I'm also the artist, illustrator, and writer for my book Kinects. And so, yeah, what we're doing right now, what you guys are all watching, is my process for making more concept art for the lore, the world building, and everything else associated with some of the regions of Animus. And I think I'm at a good spot with this sand crab right here, so I'm just gonna ghost this guy out. And I'm going to start working on some other features, which are going to be really important for this region that I'm going to start to illustrate. And I'm just going to give you guys some context, right? First off, Liamo Art, thank you so much. I appreciate the warm wishes. But yeah, let's talk about what's going on right now. So I'm about to start detailing some landscape features to one of the regions that's called Moena and Aquas. And something that's kind of cool, I think at least, about my world building project is that there are a lot of references to, like with any world building project, there are a lot of references to real life things, whether that's geography, culture, creatures, etc. However, each geographic landscape that's kind of featured within my book is affiliated with a particular magic and elemental kind of affinity. Moena and Aquas is a Latin kind of mutation, so to speak, of a name that refers to the city on water. And so, like that name suggests, a lot of the just themes that you're going to see there, a lot of the creatures and just everything else is kind of water oriented. And so we're going to kind of start to flush that out a little bit as we take a look at the sketch work and as I kind of continue drawing right now. So yeah.
Excellent speech.
Thank you. I try.
I didn't know you had a Twitch for the longest time.
I didn't know I had a Twitch for the longest time. I'm joking.
At what point did you realize you had a Twitch? Not like a physical Twitch. Don't be cute. Oh, you can't be cute, but not like that. Not like that.
Yeah. Okay. Different Twitch. Yeah, no. I made a Twitch account. I wanted to expand, just the audience, via Twitch as well too. So that's something that's recent, Devon. I made that probably, let's say like a month ago, maybe.
You already have 2 followers
on Twitch.
On Twitch.
Amazing. Bravo.
You sound so thrilled. Those are 2 people you didn't have when you first made it.
This is true. It was a very stern, bravo. It was like a, well done.
I wonder how. I would like to see how Restream.io adds tags and stuff into Twitch, because I think that you could really capitalize on the squad of individuals you're reaching out to.
You probably could. I've heard good things. Yeah.
I've heard a couple things about a couple things.
Yep. 1 second.
Oh man, what are you making?
I am making a text, which I'm about to send, which I just did.
Oh,
No,
you're being cheeky.
no, I am being distracted. What I'm making here, like the question was targeted to, I'm making ruins right now for the landscape. So Mona and Aquas, Devon, you've read,
I heard
uh,
ribbons or Rubens. I heard Rubens.
you've heard Rubens, I guess, about.
I haven't
Uh,
had dinner.
yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We're all struggling right now, aren't we? Um, but yeah, so I'm just trying to capture some of the ancient ruin kind of structures and things of that nature that you're going to find when you're kind of walking around um, in that city, municipality, to be accurate. And, you know, I'm going for this direction in which things thematically have a very kind of organic shape affiliated with them. And so you're going to see things that kind of have like a circular sort of form structure kind of protruding from the ground. You'll have some other arcs and things of that nature. And that particular aesthetic is kind of meant to allude to the fluidity of water and just kind of that natural flowing state that's not restricted to the rigidness or the kind of just sharp angles that you'll find in other forms of architecture. And so I'm trying to find ways to capture that visually in just a few thumbnail sketches. And that's what's going on right now, as kind of early as this might seem. So, yeah.
Trying to see if I can find your novel. I don't think I have a version of it that has chapter 7 where this location is just first introduced. I would have read a blurb, but that's all good.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, I thought I gave you something more recently, but probably not.
Well, I think a lot of the recent things that you sent were like from 13 and up, like an R-rated, not R-rated film. R-rated, not 13.
R-rated film. Yeah, more action oriented.
T for teen.
T for teen. That's one way. But yeah, I'm trying to think. I told you a few things about the people, about the cultures. I didn't tell the stream or the channel, for that matter, anything about that.
I guess I could look at chapter 13 that kind of describes the disconnect between the two principalities, right?
Technically, it's not two principalities, but I know what you're talking about. There is a disconnect between the two families, so to speak, the two kind of tribes, if you will, that populate the area.
I'm looking.
No, take your time. You look, I'll sketch. And so guys, for anybody that's watching, what I'm doing right now, what I'm trying to do right now, is illustrate the kind of aged nature of some of these artifacts protruding. And what I'm doing right now is I'm kind of, I guess, etching out the overall form of what the structure is going to look like. And you can see how it's basically kind of like this ring that's protruding from the ground. But because this is something that's really old, I don't want the edges to be perfectly flush or perfectly intact. You're going to see some areas where things are chipped off, where there are imperfections kind of affiliated with parts of the design. And that's very much intentional, because if that's ignored, if we're just kind of going at this in a way to where we want it to perfectly reflect, a symmetrical ring, then at that point, it doesn't really look aged. It looks pretty new. And that is, as I said before, something to avoid. I don't think I want this chip to be so pronounced. I'll probably make that a little bit more subtle.
I'm not able to find anything that's worth reading. Oh wow, that sounded so rude.
I understand how you feel. It's okay. I won't cry when no one's looking.
Just don't do it on camera.
Yeah. I won't show anybody. Yeah.
Oh well.
It's okay. Yeah, I'm hoping that at the very least, for anybody who's interested, you guys are more than welcome to ask any questions about just what exactly it is that I'm talking about with that region. Or, for a matter of fact, really anything with regard to the book and the creatures within it, or even the lore. Just doesn't need to be creatures. It can be whatever you want to talk about.
You don't want to talk about creatures, though. And weapons. Creatures and weapons. Oh my.
Yeah, that's definitely something as well. Creatures, weapons. But for those of you who are also just kind of getting into the notion of world building yourselves, or who might be aspiring artists yourselves as well, or even, just developed artists, love to hear your thoughts. This space is open for really all things related to just professional creativity or even amateur creativity. But I love hearing stories. I love kind of just learning about your ideas and giving my thoughts about however I can help. If there is any way that I can help, or just listen for that matter. It doesn't need to be something where I'm helping you. But yeah, floor is always open. So,
have you heard anything back from, or I guess, did you ever reach out to the people that we met at that last little social that we went to?
Dude, I did actually, yeah. And without, I'll keep names kind of just discreet on this stream. But yeah, I reached out to him on LinkedIn.
And, I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to keep it quiet, right? He would want the
publicity,
right?
Yeah. I mean, for now, I'm just gonna keep it quiet. But
okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, but perhaps on a different stream, because that's more than welcome. Yeah, I'll be happy to disclose more information about Sky and his project.
You did talk to him.
I don't know, actually. I say that because
could have been a bot.
It could have been. I did ask a question, and I got a response that did seem like it might have been automated. I can't say for sure. But given the fact that the question that I kind of asked wasn't exactly answered, I was like, oh, okay. Well,
this is the most interesting form of not actually answering the question.
Right.
Trying to answer the question I've ever heard.
Dude, I'm trying to.
You're doing great. Continue.
Thank you. Yeah. So I tried reaching out, but I didn't really get a, how can I say, intelligible. I mean, pseudo kind of. AI is being used on LinkedIn so much, and I get it. He's a busy guy, for sure. I think that anybody in his position, myself included, I would be. I would have a difficult time replying to a million messages, but it did kind of seem like, yeah, I don't think paid attention to all of it. So that's the long-winded answer.
I'd imagine they have a lot going on, being a bigwig and all.
I would think so too. Yeah, I would definitely think so. So I'll try to reach out again, just to follow up. But if nothing comes from that, then it's no biggie. It's fine. So, yeah. I've got a question in the chat from Nora. Nora, so far the book has, let me see, we were at...
Last one I read was 19.
I was about to say, yeah. Nora, I'm at 19 chapters. There's an expected total of 23 to be had within the first volume. Yeah.
You have 4 more chapters to wrap this up?
I think so. 23 to 24, right? So it's a pretty big story. It's meant to be an epic, and it's the first volume. So in a way, it's kind of it's the challenge that comes along with it. You're introducing not only like a brand new main character, but a brand new world, a conflict. You know, all of these different things that kind of have their place in the story, and you don't want to make it too short and also not like too long either. So
Hmm.
for those of us who don't have the time to kind of go through and read, um, yeah, like 23, 24 chapters on a regular basis, I'm looking at making an audiobook, and that is hopefully going to be a way to kind of have that play in a much more, yeah, readily available format. So that's the plan.
Hopefully that audiobook is an ass.
I hope not.
I hope not too. Oh boy, do I hope not.
I know you. I know you do. I hope not for you.
Oh, not for you.
For your
This is
sake.
your last chance.
Yeah, yeah. Don't
You
let
better
me,
not mess this up.
don't you fumble this up. Uh, Nora Devon, who is you know, the guest in the stream right now, he's going to do the audio for the first book, and so yeah, that's what we're talking about. I'm messing with him. I'm totally screwing with him about.
How are you screwing with me? This is
Um,
a reality I live in, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the thing is, right, is that I don't want them to know that I'm serious about, you know, the potential consequences that will happen if you mess this up. And so,
Okay.
for the sake of preserving public face, I have to pretend and say that I'm messing with you, but in reality, it's business, Devon. Business.
Only business.
Only business.
Major business.
Big business. Big boss business.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see if I have any stories of what happened over the
I
weekend.
like stories. Yeah, you tell me.
I caught a couple of decent sunsets on
Ooh,
Sunset Sun.
sunset sun. Okay.
There was this one day where we were out in the water
Mhm.
and this big old shadow swam next to us out in the ocean.
What?
And upon closer inspection, it was a sea turtle. I
Okay.
never knew how big sea turtles were up close, but my
How big are we
gosh,
talking?
like 4 to 5 feet big.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
that's
as I
that's
said
big.
that, there was an audible clap in the music. Like I was like, "Oh my!" Yeah, it was huge. It stuck its little
Yeah.
noggin out of the water. It was just like it was a chonker. It was like his head was a baked ham. It was
Oh
huge.
my god. Okay. That's
Oh
wild.
man, it was wild. What
Yeah.
else happened? I was a fairy princess and made a butterfly land on my finger.
I mean, that's pretty amazing.
I drew
Yeah.
a sombrero on a seagull. So that was fun. That's what you do on vacation.
Yeah, yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I mean, no, that's pretty cool. I
had
keep
a
forgetting.
alcohol
Yeah, so
too.
you had, oh, I see. I see. So that's what happened. That's the real.
What were you about to say?
I was going to say I keep forgetting that like when you said vacation, I wasn't thinking about the weekend being a vacation. Like one day of a holiday isn't it's not a vacation.
That's
Um
true.
yeah, yeah. It's the way of the world, I guess here. But yeah, for anybody who is listening when Devon was talking about vacation, what's very common here in the US is that, you know, we will call a 3-day weekend, right? Like you have your 2 days that you're off during the week, and then generally you've got like half a day kind of, and you're back into work. But yeah, this past weekend we had 3 days off, and so Devon's reference to that was vacation, hence him going to Florida and having a good time there.
I don't think a
Yeah,
3-day weekend's considered vacation.
some people call it that though. Like I've
It's
heard people say,
That's not. That's not correct. It's a long weekend. It's only
yeah.
vacation if you go on a trip, right?
Mm,
Don't
I
I'll
mean,
I'll
I don't know.
Merriam-Webster you.
You'll okay, all right. I mean, I wouldn't call it a vacation only because you're not wrong, but the timepiece in that, like,
I
dude,
guess that's
three
true.
3 days, which is nice if you can take it, but 3 days for a vacation. Uh, if
An
I went
extended
to,
period of leisure and recreation, especially one spent away from home or in traveling. Jeez,
72 hours,
I fumbled twice in that.
it's okay.
The
You're
action of
still
leaving something, one previously occupied. That I read that correctly, and it doesn't sound right. The action of leaving something, one previously occupied. Okay.
yes.
Oh my gosh, his marriage was the reason for the vacation of his fellowship. Oh my gosh, that was the
That
example.
sounded wow, that was powerful.
Anyway,
1 second. Yeah, I need to just do a quick thing.
translate. Amir.
I need to Shikiyor. What is okay. Anlıyorum. Yani şu an için bilmiyorum ama olabilir daha saatler sonra. Özellikle bir. So maybe in 1 more hour. But I don't know. And you're asking me a question about an animal. Let's see. I'm practicing my Turkish in real time, guys. So
Do it.
You're welcome to make fun of me as I do this. Tamam. Yani bu değil. Bu bir artifak ama erken için bu bir dakika. Bu bir hayvan. Özellikle bir Türkçe'de bilmiyorum ama this is a crab. It's a giant crab. Yani
Gave up.
yeah, bir çok büyük crab. Nora, thank you so much for testing.
Just deleted everything.
Actually, yeah, I do kind of want to keep this guy on. But yeah, no, thank you for testing me there. I do need to practice, so that could be something to keep me and the viewers entertained while I do this. You guys get to watch me draw and mispronounce many things in Turkish and have a good time all while doing so.
How do you say crab in Japanese?
Kani.
Kami? Kani.
Kani.
Yeah, kami is
God.
turtle.
God. Kami is many things. Kami is turtle too. Kami also means
Kame, I think, is turtle. Kami is God.
Maybe so.
Like Kame.
Yeah. Now I'm just thinking about Dragon Ball Z, but as we both are, I'm sure. Just Kami House and all of that.
Son,
speak to me. What troubles you, son?
それは亀です.
You're translate.
That is a turtle. That's that's a turtle over there.
Okay. All right. We have no turtles in this stream yet, but bravo. Okay, so I think that's kind of a decent place for just this rough draft thumbnail of what I'm trying to go for. Um, I'm adding some vines, and you guys get the picture. I'm going to come back and work on some other things here because this is basically at a place of completion, I'd say. As a matter of fact, we need to add some depth to it. I lied. We're almost there.
So what was this going on? Which video?
I'm thinking about making a new video that is focused on, yeah, just more of the landscape kind of element for Animus. And specifically, this would be for Mona and Aquas. There are a few videos that I want to remake, one of which would be for Falsteria. And before I do that, I'm going to take it back to the roots, take it back to the books, and do something for Mona and Aquas first, since the viewers will come in contact with this and the books and the lore and the story first.
I see.
Yeah.
Popular.
This or that. Welcome into the chat.
It's been far too long. How have you been?
That's a good question.
How have we been?
We've been. I don't know. I've been.
I think I just realized you haven't done a video for Moana and Aquas. I see you've done one for Falsteria.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of jumped the gun, right? Or was that just what was calling to you? You wanted to have.
Yeah.
You wanted to do that drawing.
I kind of want to do that drawing first, and I talked about it in a way to where, with all of my videos, the viewers, I'm just probably sharing some information that you might already know, but I don't want to spoil information or like really important information by talking about lore and things of that nature in the book. So all the videos that I've done, including the Falsteria one, while it does talk about lore that I guess you will encounter in the book, it's not necessarily any storyline or plot kind of revealing detail that's preemptive.
Man, just looking at all these videos, I do not get the YouTube algorithm.
Dude, there are some videos that I made to where I just am not happy with them, where I look at them again and I'm like, that could have been better. So yeah, the Falsteria one is definitely one of them.
I can't believe the hour-long illustrating my book fantasy art or whatever, like the first part of our long format stream did the same, slightly better than the Falsteria video. I wonder if it's the cover art that's not attractive to it, because it was a good video.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I think it's a couple of things.
Dang.
Yeah, like I've got some theories, and I know that next time I won't take that approach. But yeah, it's probably that more.
This or that. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm doing well too. This is basically like tomorrow for me is Monday. And confirmed the algorithm is weird. I think the algorithm is only weird when it's not working for you, which is a bit biased, but It would just be nicer if it worked in my favor without me having to do any effort.
It would be. Definitely would be. So guys, I'm going to talk about what I'm making right now. And yeah, the algorithm is definitely weird. What I'm doing is making kind of, landscape and landmark related remediated thumbnails. They're going to be used in the next long format video. And all of these ultimately are reflective of the landscape and some of the kind of natural history of this region, was called Moana Naquas. And I was saying earlier that the name itself is a mutated version of the name City on Water when translated from Latin. But like the name suggests, this is a landmark that's heavily focused on water magic as well as, just kind of life around the ocean and the sea. And so, as such, you're going to see some things like the wildlife, the actual landmarks themselves have a lot of aquatic inspiration to them. So, what I'm working on right now isn't like an octopus tentacle or anything. I'm actually working on making a tree. And I want this tree to kind of take some inspiration from underwater life as well. More specifically, there are some species of tube worm, there are some species of anemone and things of that nature that kind of, have this very plant-like appearance to them. And I want to borrow from both. Obviously, this is going to be a plant, but a plant with some marine presenting features affiliated with it. And so what I've got in mind is kind of, I guess, initiating a sort of spiral structure around it. And this is going to curl up into a pattern that's probably not going to be 100% realized as is. There are going to be some modifications made to it, but I want the leaves to actually grow in a way to where they spiral upward like this, and they fan out. Almost like something you might see in like Avatar, for instance, the blue people Avatar, not Avatar, the last Airbender. James Cameron took a very similar approach when designing the environment for that franchise and that story, as you guys are probably aware. So this has a few similarities in the sense that we're talking about trying to translate what's underwater onto what's above land. So yeah, and I'm going to answer some of your questions. Nora, starting with you first. First, thank you. I really appreciate that compliment. I'm going to switch back to Turkish again to practice with you. Çok teşekkürler ve sonra ben yani özür dilerim bitti English'de. Yeah, so I'm going to color these eventually. And for the present moment, there's not an immediate need to, but later on down the line, I will. And this or that, for your question, these trees are probably about the scale of your average palm tree. So they get pretty big. But that's generally kind of like a good scale that you can expect from these guys.
Sorry for the radio silence. I've been looking at all the crap I'm supposed to be doing and not.
You are fine, man. You're fine. You're talking about for
voice acting stuff, auditions. I got an audition that I have to send out today.
Whoa, that's big news.
But there's some stuff that's just like, should I do it? for lack of better words.
Okay.
I mean, anybody can post anything online and be like, hey, we're doing a project. And you kind of have that eye for, is this something that I should do? Or is it just someone trying to do a thing and it's going to fall through? Do they not have a plan kind of thing? So yeah, it's a bummer. What up, Mike? Yeah, Yakov. We decided to call you Yakov. At least I did.
Yo, Yak of Art is in the channel. Welcome.
You get to see the exclusive look of my face on one stream that's not one that I own. So yes, and this is the booth. I guess everybody who's seen some of Amir's previous work has seen the booth as well. It's in one of his videos. This is where the magic happens.
That is true. Yeah.
Oh, nice, Yakov. You about to start streaming too?
Yeah. So Mike and I, we plan to stream today, actually. So Mike's gonna hop on in as well too, like he's talking about. And yeah, we're trying to kind of get into sort of cadence, kind of like a schedule. Um, but yeah,
Hmm. Wait,
yeah,
wait, wait. You're saying that Yakov's going to be on this stream too?
Yakov is going to be on this stream too. That's correct. So yeah, Devon, we might need to put you off of video
I
potentially.
can also not be on the stream if that's if that's the move.
No. You're good. You're good. Um, also,
How dare you, Yakov? My camera is of average size, if not greater, and it produces optimal quality.
how do we make these bigger? That's a good question. Let's see.
It's
And
probably
now that I'm
something
thinking about
obvious,
it,
or I
wait,
guess not.
whoa. Can I? Nah, I can't do that. I thought maybe,
Yakov said, "Why would you need to remove him?"
dude, I wonder. Okay, so like picture in place. Can I put this over? No, I can't even. Hmm, can't even move it. It's
Yeah,
okay.
explain. I'm glad everyone likes seeing face so much.
It's true. It's
Even
true. I mean,
strange face.
we can probably keep it then. I mean, if we're so small, I'm just thinking about real estate. The only reason why I was thinking about that was how many screens can you fit into one screen to have enough screen to show real estate? Sure.
Well, if you think about it, if you really think about it, people want to see a face because we can connect with faces. Like, if you imagine talking to somebody who has a torso and everything below, but they didn't have a head, like, you wouldn't be able to connect with them as intimately as you would with somebody who had an actual face. So,
Right. Yeah. I mean, there was what was her name from the Powerpuff Girls? There was that teacher who was just like
Miss Bellum,
Miss Bellum. That's right.
that
Yeah.
was the mayor's assistant.
Right. There we go. Yeah, that was just torso and legs. So yeah, all right. We don't want a Bellum situation.
Yakov has the right idea. Legit, you could probably cover half of the screen and be okay.
I wonder. I'll try something.
You're gonna get in trouble trying something, but
I
yeah, go ahead.
am. Like if this doesn't work, guys, I'm sorry for breaking this. We're gonna hop right back into
Oh
something.
wow,
That's
it's
big.
perfect. Look at the
That's really
quality.
big.
Look at this
I mean, we do look pretty
real
crisp
estate.
right now. I'm gonna say, yeah. Like, you know, I'm a little dark. My lighting needs to be much better. Give me just
You're a
one
little
second.
dark. That you need to
Oh,
give yourself more grace.
hey,
I mean, I
am
think
proud.
you look good.
I'm proud of my melanin. You know, like it's. Let me see what I could do.
You're just trying to match my lighting.
Trying to compete.
Comparison
Trying to
is the creativity killer. In case you hadn't heard that,
outshine.
Yakov likes
Yeah,
it.
well,
Yakov likes it.
you like it? You like it? Okay. Who else likes this view? Are you guys down with the setup for the rest of the stream? Because if so, we might be able to keep this going for a little bit.
I think people just want to see me continue wringing my hands like a middle-aged villain.
Dude, why are you wringing your hands?
I've been doing this the entire time.
Dude,
I don't know. Maybe I'm nervous.
Dude, don't be nervous. And this
I
or
don't
that.
know.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe it's
So
the camera.
it's the camera. Dude, I'm gonna start doing it too. You know, like.
Yes.
Yes.
The crab
Yes.
is coming together nicely.
Oh yes. We'll capture a bond as soon as he comes into the ice castle.
Prepare yourself, Amir. Translation incoming.
Evet. Tamam Nur. Çok teşekkürler. Ve özür dilerim çünkü I'm tripping over my languages. Yani senin için çok geç. Özür dilerim, çok geç. It's very late for you. So, until then, yakında görüşürüz ve çok teşekkürler bir daha. Ve Y gajular.
Yakov, I did add some lotion earlier, actually.
Yes, yes.
I had a nice long beach vacation, so I got super dry out there, and my hands were a little clammy. Maybe that's why I'm rubbing them together, because for the first time in my life, I have smooth hands.
That might be why.
It might be why. I
Dude,
can't believe it.
I hate having dry hands. Like, if I go wash my hands with like hand soap and then they just come back like, super dry, it's the worst feeling for me. I don't know if it's just me, but
a part of me accepted that no matter what, my hands will dry out again. So if they're just going to dry out again, what is the point of trying to moisten them? And so I vowed to never
moisten.
Never
again.
Never
will
again.
they be.
You know what's so funny? So when I saw, I was like, guys, when I saw Amir went live, I was literally in bed. Like, I took a power nap and I was powerful with it. And I was like, oh, I guess I'm going to watch this. And Amir's messing up a little bit. So yeah. I was like, you want me to hop in a call? Okay, I'll hop in a call. And I was this close. Just coming into this booth with just underwear. I was so close.
Dude.
I was going to be on the call.
You were
Yakov, you last stream when I was with you and Yakov, no pants. Whole time.
You were playing with fire, good sir. You were just,
no one knew.
Just messing with all the content that I've got going on. These poor viewers, their eyes are going to see you stand up. They're going to see this inappropriate sight that I can't control.
And I could be lying. Yeah. I could have no pants on right now. I never thought about that.
Well, better hope.
I better hope I'm not lying. Anyway, you have a question from Capital Cosm.
Danny, welcome. Yeah, Capital Cosm, guys, I'm going to read this question. I'm going to give a quick bio about who's coming to the channel because he makes some really cool content. So let's see, can you crop out the left and right sides of my camera? Get more real estate that way. Crop it out. My camera view. I don't know if I can, actually. I think I know what you mean, but and this layout, it's a little funky. It's kind of like, yeah, it's got this template set up with it. I'm using Restream, Danny. But yeah, guys, let me give a quick introduction. Danny runs Capital Cosm. It is a very educational YouTube channel where he talks about the economy, he talks about various movements that are happening domestically and internationally, all of which that affect the lifestyle that we're living and just states of affairs domestically, internationally, etc. Very good information with regard to not only just stocks and, like I said, international relations, but an overall interesting channel to watch for those of you who are interested in subject matter like that. I did a terrible job of introducing you, Danny. I'm terribly sorry for that. But I'm very happy to have you onto the channel, so welcome.
You said you do a better job of plugging him than he does. So funny.
I'm flattered. Nothing but.
Yeah, guys, what's an appropriate amount of time of heads up you'd like before the live stream?
I'm sorry. That's a good question. And I'm laughing at, Yakov Art's comment right there. We have a recurring theme where...
Please, bigger words, please.
Yes. Yeah, what was I going to say before that? That totally threw me off. Guys, I remember it's coming back. I'm going to introduce to all of you who are joining what exactly it is that I'm doing right now, right? So for those of you who don't know, I run a channel in which I talk about my world building endeavors. I do the illustration work for creatures, for cities, for landscapes, everything associated with the things that exist in this very fantastical world that I've built out called Animus that exists for my fantasy novel. And so what I'm doing here is really kind of a series of thumbnail sketches associated with landmarks in the region that I'm starting to detail, and some of the creature work as well too for that region too. For instance, we're looking at right here. I'm going to kind of put this right smack dab in the middle. We're looking at one of the creatures that shows up within the region called Moana Anakwas. It's a giant sand crab. And this guy, I kind of want to fuse a few different elements from real life inspirations. You can see hermit crab, coconut crab, things of that nature. We've got some kind of forms that derive from even like conch shells and things of that nature that don't typically come together. But this is an entity that's encountered later on within one of the chapters of my book. And so we didn't have any concept art that was generated for it. This is one of the first pieces. And for one of the next videos I'm going to release, I'm going to actually show in detail, take you guys into the realm of Moana Anakwas and to just kind of talk about some of the flora and fauna that's just associated with it. And, for this or that, good question. We've got another question in the chat about how big the crab is. So this one, I'm going to do a quick, ugly sketch of a stick figure next to it, right? If we're talking about a person, we're going to say your average person, bada bing, bada boom, is going to be about this size next to... Why do we have a Deadpool Bob Ross, Devon?
I don't have anything.
Okay.
It's a really nice crab.
Oh, thank
That
you.
looks different. I swore you drew somebody smaller previously.
Maybe so, but not significantly different. Of course, the sizes can range as well too. Maybe I should mention that for the creature. But if your average person is around, about this size or so, then this giant crustacean is about that size. Like for instance, there's a scene. I'm not going to spoil too much, but there's a scene where there's a fight with one of these, and somebody is kind of getting pummeled, as he's fighting this monster. And Gardas, Devon, is about this size right here.
Gardas is a big old dude.
Gardas is a big guy. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah. So anyway, you're
Would you say
maybe
Gardas
average
is like
person.
maybe a foot taller than Kinix? Not more?
I'm gonna say if our main character, our main character's height is probably going to be like right about here. So yeah, this is your average kind of person size, more accurately probably this one, when compared to a giant sand crab. So yeah, thanks for that, this or that. I'm glad that
I asked the same question last time.
Yeah, it was a fair question to ask, I think.
Please, banana for scale, please.
Use banana for scale. Yes, duh. But yeah, we use the person instead. So, yeah. Let's see.
It is quite the ill drawing.
Yakov Art, thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
He said, is Animus related to the Animus in Assassin's Creed? And are you going to go after Ubisoft for encroaching on your IP?
Oh, dude, I missed it. I am not going to. Ubisoft, those dastardly foxes, they can take that small win. I'm a generous man,
That
so
small win.
they can take that name. I'm not going to go after them. It's petty bickering. I don't have time.
Amir invented the word animus long ago.
yeah, even before, the English language was a thing, that was my word. And so
Yeah,
I'll forgive
before
them
it was
this time.
cool.
Yeah, yeah, it's okay. I'll forgive them. We'll get a freebie.
I was watching this Brain Games series, and one of the things was that one of the episodes was talking about how liars give a tell, and it did a really good representation of showing how like you could visibly see a person lying, and not just like
Mm,
their eyes were shifting around, but there are things that certain people will do. Some will talk with their hands, some will. There was this one lady where every time
mhm.
she lied, she did like this, like she'd purse her lips ever so briefly after saying the lie. It's like she didn't even know it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I wonder, like, what is my lie? What is your lying face? Do I
I
do
don't
something with my
know.
eyebrows?
Like, I know that I hate lying, but Devon,
Like
you can
we'll
probably
take it
imagine
like
this.
telling a tall tale,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
as a
right.
joke lie.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know, like, that's a good question. It's something I'll have to kind of think about, right?
You're
Like,
lying right now, I see.
am I oh, okay.
So that is something else. A small lie. You do lie, by the way, in ways that you might be unaware of.
Do
But
tell.
even a fake smile is a
Thanks.
lie.
Dude,
Yes.
was my smile fake?
Yes. You can see it in the
Oh,
eyes, apparently.
oh,
I wish I could zoom in on you
okay.
guys. But like, whenever
My eyes. Yes.
Amir's tell is covering his mouth with his hand, Yakov, have you ever heard Amir burp? We'll get into that. That's another story. Um,
What are
so,
we?
so
What?
sorry, that just came to mind. So when we are smiling for like a photo, I'll take off my glasses. I don't know if you guys can see this well, but we'll like just do the generic smile and stuff. And what we don't typically see is the eyes squinting along with the smile. When someone authentically smiles and they laugh, their entire face will flex as a result of that laughter to make it look more real. It's just how we laugh. I forgot what his name was. Someone did a study on laughs or like
Yeah.
smiles in the past with electro like electronic pulsars in their face to like basically force people to laugh, and it made some really odd images.
Sounds horrifying.
But a lot of it was you could see that the eyes weren't smiling. You got to smile with your eyes. So when somebody is lying, and especially if they're lying and smiling, if you see that their eyes aren't squinting along with the smile, then they might be lying, or the
Oh,
smile is a lie.
dude. Yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry, I gotta read some of these comments first. Yeah, Yakovar, I definitely do. Yeah, I'm just like sweat just
Visibly
it's not
starts
right.
pouring sweat.
Exactly. It's just yeah, yeah, yeah. No.
Yes, this or
I w-
that. Look at the eyes. They'll
yes.
tell you everything.
You know what I was gonna say? I was going to say that as a segue, right? Like, it's funny that you say all those things, Devon, because you've got a point. Unfortunately, I've had too much experience at times in my past. I've had too much experience on dating apps before I date. And going on these things as a young lad, right? No, not that young. Anyway, no, but like you could always tell like who was faking their smile, and it was like
right?
yes, yes, it's so obvious. It's like it's this Photoshop, like not literally, but it's just like this cookie cutter, like mass manufactured. Like okay, this is what you're supposed to do. I think, like
I think.
put your teeth, like
To be fair, you didn't always know that. You used to make me do the thing.
I did. Oh, I did yeah, I did used to make you do the thing. That's true.
Thought it was like some kind of magic trick. If Amir found a girl that he liked and he wanted to know more, like get outside
do the thing.
insight on it, he's like, "Hey Devon, I found this girl. Can you do the thing?" And he'll give me his phone and it's just like
Wizardry.
her social media, and it's just a bunch of different photos. And I'm like, this girl's fake as hell. Or oh wow, she's authentic. She seems to be really happy. She seems like a decent person. It's like, can't you see it right here? He's like, no, just do the thing. Do the thing with the face.
Do the magic thing. Do the eyes. just do the
I don't
thing.
know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I want to give a quick update. And Danny, thank you, Capital Cosm, much appreciated. We try. Actually, I'm just goofing off. I'm just like literally just screwing around right now while making artwork. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying. I was going to answer your thing, Devon. You were saying, remind me again. You said something about
A fake smile.
the fake smile. Yeah, like you were like a mage with that. Like you had like the special sense. Like you could, back before I could sense it. Like Devon said, like he was the guy to just literally figure that out, sleuth that out, and now it just seems to be most people now. Like I feel like I know you haven't opened up a dating app in a while, and I don't encourage you to.
So glad.
I am so glad you don't have to deal with any of the
I can't imagine.
It's so crazy, dude. It's
The
so
world
wild.
is crazy.
What's the dude? I can't even say like the craziest things I've seen because it's like not safe for this stream, right? But I'm talking about on some of the most like in the places where you at least expect it, right? Like you've got your Tinders, you've got like Hinge where you're like, okay, like maybe I'll bump into like
Unhinged.
something unhinged, something buck wild, right? Like it's a possibility. Dude, I've seen it in marriage apps where I'm like, okay, this is okay.
If anybody has any wild dating app stories, please post them in the chat. I'm genuinely interested.
Yeah.
But yeah, also on the topic of lying, yeah, we lie a lot, especially with smiles. But it's also comes down to if sometimes a lie is a little better than the truth. So imagine if we had a conversation with somebody we've never met before. We're not authentically happy that we met that person. Oh, Yak is going to have the biggest camera out of all of us. Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. So if I stream, I guess you guys will just be heard, but
Yeah.
okay, this will just be the call then.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not
Yeah,
sharing your
I'm cool.
camera?
No, I'm trying to hook it up right now.
Amir.
Okay, cool.
Rearrange
mirror.
this so that you're the biggest image. and
How-
Yak and
yeah,
I
how do
are the
we? Yeah,
younger
I was-
images.
It's
I
fine.
was just yeah,
This is fine. Yeah, it's like, yeah, this
Just move your drawing to the left a little
It's
bit.
okay.
You'll be good.
I don't know if I can actually because right now it's just like it's
Hmm.
in a fixed format. What I could do is this. Check
You
this
can
out.
move your actual drawing.
I could do
Alright.
this too.
That's kind of cool.
And then
Yeah,
we
yeah.
pictures again. But yeah, it's
Well,
fine.
that's
tiny.
smaller.
Yeah, maybe too small. Maybe.
Is my audio coming in okay?
Yeah, it's
Audio's
fine.
perfectly
Okay.
fine. Yeah. Guys, let's give a warm welcome to Yak of Art. He was in the chat earlier, as you guys know, but I'm going to a proper introduction once more.
Cold welcome.
A cold welcome, an icy cold welcome to Yak of Art.
Hate-filled
Yak of-
cold welcome.
A spiteful welcome on a cold day. Yeah, Yak of Art is a phenomenal 3D artist. He makes some really cool, not just renders that are static, but also things that are animated of some of your favorite, franchises, IPs, along with a lot of original ideas too that come to his mind.
Yeah.
So he's on the stream today, just hopping in. We're all just probably gonna goof off as I make some artwork and whatever. But yeah, that's Yak of Art.
You gonna go
Thanks,
live soon?
Yeah, I'm trying. I got a new-ish camera set up, so I'm trying to like
Ooh.
get it
fancy.
set up. Yeah, I just had a video. I just put up a video today, by the way, on my YouTube. So that uses my new camera setup.
Mm.
I gotta check
So
it
if you
out. I
guys-
think I've
yeah.
seen it. I've been driving all day.
Well, watch it while you drive.
Yeah.
Give me those watch hours. You don't
So
have to watch
stupid.
it. Just put it on.
So
Put it on.
stupid
Throw
of
your
me.
phone in the back.
Like, how could I prioritize my well-being over your internet success?
No, just play it over the Bluetooth speaker. You don't have to watch it. You can just listen to it.
Dude, why didn't I even think about that?
Just give me the watch time, dude. I need
Yeah,
it.
what are we
Just do
waiting
it.
for? I see. Ooh, you got some nice lighting on that one too.
Thanks, dude.
I need to take a look next, but
See,
I will.
do.
I mean, you could just do it now. I mean, just have it on in the
I could just-
background, and
I could
or
just-
just put it in front of
just
everybody.
mute
Put
it.
post a link, and everyone stop watching the stream right now. Let's
Right.
all go over
Yeah.
to Yak of Art and then come back
Yeah,
after.
you can watch it on your stream. I think that'd be cool. I actually would not. Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
It's only 20 minutes long, or sorry, 19 minutes long.
You can just have. You
Sorry,
know what you can
18
do? You
minutes
can.
and 15
It can
seconds.
just be like visual. You know how people have like Subway Surfers while they're watching a TikTok. You can just have it be like that. Like have it be playing muted, but for all the viewers to watch. So I think I watch 2 art things at once.
What is? I gotta know. What.
Devon knows.
What is the sub? Devon, can you shed light?
It hurts
Onto
so
me.
The
bad.
Family Guy Subway Surfer streams and stuff. You don't know about those?
Oh my
I don't-
gosh.
I don't think I do actually. Maybe I've just been under a rock. Yeah, like what?
Maybe don't go on like TikTok and stuff. Maybe.
Actually, yeah, like I've actually stayed off for a little bit, as a matter of fact, on TikTok, so that might be why.
Hmm.
Yeah, and yeah, Mike is getting his camera ready, so he's still setting up.
I am.
He'll be here eventually.
But yeah.
It's here in
That thing
spirit.
was saying, have you heard Amir burp before?
Guys,
My camera.
I'm sorry for what is about to.
What is offensive about burping, Amir? Everybody does it.
I never said there was anything offensive with burping. I don't think.
You might as well turn my camera off because I don't think it's gonna work. Like you might as well hide my camera if you can,
Gotcha. No worries. In that case,
because I
will.
can't get it hooked up with what you have here. The
Okay.
restream thing.
Let me see. What can I do? Let's see what I could do really quickly. If I turn this, that's gonna remove you from the stream. How do I actually?
Can you like minimize my face?
Yeah, so much more space. Thank you. I was getting cramped.
Mike, can you hear us? Oh dang it.
You
No, I-
eliminated.
I can
wait.
hear you guys.
Okay. We can't hear you talk. That's the only thing.
Oh, there's really
No,
no way to
wait,
hide
were you
my-
just quiet as that happened, or
Yeah. Yeah, I accidentally cut him off.
you actually kicked him out?
Yeah, it seems like I wonder what else could be done because yeah, like right now basically it doesn't look like I could take the square off of it.
the inverse square law?
I guess so, yeah. But either way, yeah, Mike, it's okay.
Alright.
What I'll do is I'll probably minimize this just for the sake of having more artwork. Just gonna see what else we could do. And like that could kind of work. Maybe
And now
we're gonna be
his
small
This
again
thing is covering.
over.
Put it on the right side, like you had it previously. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Enough. Yeah, no, we're in business now. So yeah, where were we? We were talking about. Okay, so I'm just gonna like get this out of the way, guys. So apparently the way how I burp when I do, is very unique, according to Devon. I do it in a way to where it's a deliberate muffling. It is a suppressive
Ew.
to where.
A deliberate muffling.
It's so that first off, like this doesn't happen very often, so I don't like talking about such disgusting details. Oh, no, I'm joking. But yeah, when I burp, it's just like that's all.
It's like a what?
It's a
It's like a girl fart.
That is not how it goes. It's not like a p. All right. It would be a little different if it was a p. Like when it happens, it's like he does it because it's like it's an initial like a bump.
Ew,
in
man.
his chest. And it's not like it's not noticeable. It's not huge. You have to be looking for it to happen. What's noticeable is the release, right? Because all that tension, all that kinetic energy has to go somewhere. Sorry, all that potential energy has to go somewhere.
Potential energy.
And so when he releases, it's not just like a or anything. He presses his tongue to the top of his teeth or something.
What are you talking about?
And
Fuck.
he just like whistle decompresses like
Whistle
always that.
decompress?
It's always that. It's not it's always every single time.
Whistle decompress. I like it. Well, that's one way of describing it, but
Like you'll be minding your own business, doing work or flipping through your phone, and you'll just hear out of nowhere, and you know a mirror.
Why did this get brought up again?
why did this get brought up? Devon,
Don't worry about it.
get out of here! Get out of here, Devon.
All right, I'm
No.
sorry, guys. It was a good stream. It was a good
Yeah.
stream. It's about to be
It was-
something else now.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. So we're going to change the topic back to things related to art and creative animus, or to whatever else you want to talk about. So why don't we switch it back to you, Mike? What is going on for this? How's everything?
I think the music's a little loud for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can even turn it off. It's like both of you guys. It's all three of us talking. The music's almost like unnecessary.
Mhm. I can definitely turn it down.
What's the fear in turning it off?
I
I
already.
think background music is helpful.
Yeah.
Even
yeah.
if there's like a whole like three people talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if it's not.
I'm just wondering. I'm not for or against. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, like, it's just to like keep the mood kind of what it is. Like, there's kind of a, theme, so to speak, that's been introduced rhythmically, audio, sonically, blah blah blah, and so yeah, if
Huh?
you're enjoying the beats, then just want to keep it there. But yeah,
That was not my reasoning, but
Oh.
okay.
well, you got my reasoning.
I guess we did. What does everyone else in the chat think about music in the background? Is it
Yeah, if it's
distracting?
distracting, then we'll definitely turn it off. But yeah, I think that getting your thoughts would be nice. Earlier, I had some people say that they liked it. But yeah,
You would say that.
I would say that.
You would say like, yeah, people liked it.
Oh no, just some people. We've got new people in the chat now, so
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
it can change.
Things change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Originally, yeah, we'll wait for answers. Those will come in. But yeah, Mike, I was just checking on you, dude. What's new?
I think I just started my stream, so
Okay. I'll let you
Yeah.
get back to it. No
yeah,
worries.
yeah. No, you're good. These things I haven't really like I don't have a stream schedule, so I have no like need to. There's no need for me to like, yo, what is up? Like because there's no like, this is still new and kind of like fumbling through it. So I
Gotcha.
think people hopefully will just kind of funnel in as I do my thing, and just kind of keep it casual, keep it like non-professional for now.
That makes sense.
Honestly, the music is distracting me. It's like beats, it's drums.
Oh,
It's just distracting me.
Okay. All right. No worries. Well, in that
Kill
case,
it. That's different.
it is killed. It is now killed. We have no-fi. We had lo-fi. Now we've got no-fi.
Just gonna eat my food. I have mac and cheese that I'm eating with chopsticks. So
This is
so much
wild.
fun.
I can
Gotcha.
see him
Gotcha.
eating his mac and cheese live. People have to pay for that kind of service.
I'm just wait.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
Please don't, Devon. Oh my god.
He zoomed in to like crop out the mac.
This is high
can
quality
taste
stuff
it.
right here.
Yeah.
This is high tier Blender content.
This or that.
What's your camera?
It's a Lumix S5.
Mm.
This or that. I might bring it back on in a little bit. The music, if you like it, if other people like it too.
I here's my take. It's like if I'm a viewer and I like the music,
Yeah.
I could just put music on in like a separate tab
That's
and turn
possible.
it down. I've done that before with like videos and stuff that have no music and they're just like boring talking.
Bro,
Yeah, it's-
Lumix S5
It's possible.
is beefy.
Yeah, it's my first camera. Like I've never had an actual good quality camera like this. All my cameras have been like phone cameras.
It's like $1,000 a mirror. It's power.
No,
is
it's not.
raw
It's
power.
actually mirrorless.
It's like what less?
Mirrorless? You said a mirror?
I said I
Mirrorless.
told Amir it's
Oh.
$1,000, and then you flexed that it's mirrorless.
I heard what you said. I was making a joke.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, I
Dang,
missed
went over my
it.
head.
Now I get it.
Oof.
Wait, I can.
Yeah,
Since
and
I haven't fully started yet, I'm just gonna keep chilling.
do your thing. Yeah, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep on talking a little bit about like some things going on here. So, if you guys like to talk as well, I'm gonna.
Oh, there we go.
Damn, we're about to get kicked off.
You guys are welcome to leave. No, I was not gonna say that. But I might just put you on mute depending. Periodically, I'll warn you guys in
How do
advance.
I?
Um,
There we
yeah,
go.
and then I'll turn you guys back on.
No,
I feel like
well,
I should.
do your thing. Go ahead and give your spiel.
What are you
Amir.
gonna? What are you spieling about?
I'm spieling about what's happening right now with this sketch. It's undergoing a little bit of a change from where it was before, and I'm going to explain why. So,
Okay.
guys, just to give you all an update, what I'm doing right now is I wanted to kind of create. Originally, I had more of a kind of webbed leaf structure going on. I had some buds before, and I think what I want is something that's going to be a bit more frilled with the actual leaf pattern here. So the reason why I'm going back and making these changes is just to make it appear a bit more floral than organic, because I feel like the previous kind of webbed approach is a little misleading.
What's up, Tyler?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't. I need to mute myself when I talk.
Yeah, you can mute
No,
yourself in the.
tell Tyler is what's up too. I don't know who Tyler is, but tell him that Creative Animus said hey. So
He's from the previous stream. He was here last time, so he's
Oh,
a
dude,
real,
nice.
Yeah,
he's a
he
real
was
one.
he was
Yeah,
the he was the Patreon guy, right?
I think Tyler does parkour like professionally. I could be wrong.
Ooh.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
I
like
must
owns
have
a,
got the wrong guy
owns
then.
like that. Am I right about that? I don't know. I hope I am.
Yeah.
Amir, it looked like the last design you had was more like a succulent, in my opinion. It had little
Yeah.
succulent bulbs
Pattern.
coming off of
Ex-
it.
You're right, it did. And I'm gonna just reply really quickly to this or that, then get right back to the succulent pattern thing because, yeah, like that's another approach I'm considering too. This or that, it's not. How could I put this? Earlier, the earlier design does give me more of a Venus flytrap vibe with the kind of like fingery webbed approach, and I don't want it to appear like that, not on purpose anyway. And so now with this design I'm talking about, it's a little bit more tame, a little bit less. I don't know, like can't find the right word for it. Maybe unorthodox, bizarre. I'm not sure how I would describe a Venus flytrap right now, but it's less aggressive, I suppose you can say. Much more just foliagey. And Devon, going back to what you said about the succulent thing, yeah, the previous design was a lot more like that. I think that there's a use case for multiple variants for this thing, and that's what I'll explore too. There might be a variant where it's more succulent based. So, yeah, you're not wrong.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
While you were giving that description, it seems as though Yak is giving a in-depth review of his mac and cheese. If you want to say something rude, now is the time because he took his headphones off.
What?
I'm just telling you.
Yeah, yeah. Like
If you're going to say something rude, now is the time.
yeah. Well, I can't think of anything rude to say. I don't know. I don't
You
have
remember
anything
the
rude
thing
to
I was
say.
saying about lies and how people have tells?
Yeah, yeah. Am
You
I
just covered
lying?
your mouth.
I think I just went like this.
You,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. I think he's about to put his headphones on. Don't say anything rude.
No, there's all love here. Don't have time for yeah.
Are you worried about? Because I mean, it's a beautiful plant and all, but it seems like a lot of it's going to end up being covered by the crab. So
Oh, this is even going in the same composition, mind you. I should probably mention that. Yeah,
okay.
these are all different elements for different things, and I like where this is going. Just kind of feel like I've spent a little too much time on this one. I do want to kind of explore a few other concepts, but let me duplicate that. But yeah, I'm gonna get ready to shift over to something else. But yeah, the crab will not. Um, you don't have to worry about that covering it per se.
Okay.
Yeah. So I spent a lot of time on this kind of early tree concept here. Gonna minimize that. Gonna minimize or de-opacify that. And turn this one down a
Depacify.
little. De-pacify.
Time to grow up, kid or layer.
Oh man, there you go. So this is gonna look like just. Hopefully this isn't like too messy or anything, but yeah, it's whatever. I'm just throwing pieces into a composition. But besides this art stuff, Devon, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. I want you to turn through the lexicon of stories that we can talk about. I want you to find a good tale, something for the crowd that we can discuss.
Oh yes, sire. Devon, dance for me real quick. I'd appreciate it. Let's see. That story is not age appropriate. What are some wild things that we've done together? All right, I'm gonna tell the Halloween story.
Oh no.
We'll start
Okay,
with that one.
You can tell the Halloween story. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes. So this one's not quite as funny, I think, from other people's perspective.
It's actually,
but I
yeah,
thought it
yeah.
was
Like now
quite
that I'm thinking
hilarious.
about it, yeah, like we can tell the Halloween story later. Like that one.
No, it's happening. I'm sorry, everyone.
Oh, okay. All
It's
right.
gonna happen. I'm gonna try and make it entertaining.
Yeah, that's the right
It's
word.
gonna be fun.
Okay.
It's gonna be
I'm
fun.
waiting.
So,
Yeah.
for those who do not know, Amir and I went to college together. This is our sophomore year, I'm pretty sure. We were stranded on campus for the Halloween weekend because we had nothing else to do. And a cousin of mine, his name is CJ, he was having a party, and their parties are typically wild. I think at this time, Amir and I were both underage, so I wasn't drinking. I believe Amir didn't have the
Hey,
same sort of
go on.
respect for the law, but I won't say anything beyond that. But we were gonna go to this party. I don't think I dressed up, but Amir is like last
Dude,
second.
no, did you?
Did I dress up?
I don't
Oh,
recall.
yes, yes.
I feel like
I
you
think I
did.
had my
Yeah.
disco outfit. I had a disco
There we
outfit
go.
that year. Yeah, I
Yep,
had my
yep.
my platform
Fish shoes.
shoes with the fish in them.
Here we go.
Yeah, so I guess I did dress up. Amir didn't have an outfit, but he was like, "Okay, Amir doesn't like to show up and not show out." So he
Dude,
ended.
I had an outfit. I had an outfit.
You didn't. You had to make one. Remember?
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
didn't have. You didn't have one, so you had to like put one together. And I don't think you. No, you did buy something for it. You bought a
Yeah,
prop. A
yeah.
prop. No, two props. Two props.
Okay.
So Amir was like, "Okay, I'm gonna get ready. I'll be over at your place around like 6:30." And we're like, "Yeah, sure." Um, so I'm hanging out with my boy Michael, who's my roommate at the time. We're just chilling. I'm getting ready to go and everything. Get in my outfit. Eventually, I hear this knock on our front door, and so it's obviously Amir. I go and I take a peep through that hole, and I see Amir standing there with all of the confidence in the world. Like he just blessed the ground that he walked on his way over to my room. And he's just waiting to be let in to give that grand display of what he's done to himself. So I
What
don't
did I
wait.
do to myself?
I think I told Michael be nice or something. I remember I thought I had to warn Michael beforehand. And I opened the door and Amir comes strutting.
Was it a
So
strut?
fierce.
I didn't
Yes,
feel like it was a.
bro.
All
It
right.
was a strut. You
It
had
was
your
a strut.
cane. You had your cane. You
Yeah.
had your sailor's hat. I
Yeah.
opened the door and you said, "Hoy," and you just proceed to
Yeah,
do this
yeah.
little walk in, like a pimp named Slickback, like gangster limp walk
Yeah,
in.
limp walk. It was a pimp. No, I'm joking. I don't know what it was,
Michael
but
and I were in complete silence, baffled at what we were looking at, and you stopped. And I need to paint it more. So Amir, I think you had just like a nice blazer, like your normal. No, it wasn't even a blazer. You explain what you were
no,
wearing if you
I
remember.
don't think I had a yeah, I don't think it
You
was
had a
even
jacket on.
okay, guys, so I was trying to be in my
No.
poor
Don't
judgment
say what you're
of
trying. Just say what you were wearing.
I was trying to be
No. We'll get to that after.
I wore what did I wear? I had a oof. I had
A
a
white button up,
tie.
right?
No, not even. No, it was a white jacket, I think.
Okay,
It was a white jacket. It was a
that's
poorly
right.
put on tie. Um, I had a wooden cane. I had and the tie's like thrown around, right? It's like
Yeah,
all messy. Um, did I have a hat? I did. I had a
you had a
sailor's
ship
hat.
captain's hat.
I
Yeah,
had a sailor's hat. Yeah, ship captain's hat. Thank you. I think that was. I
I
mean, that was
think that was it. And you're like
basically
blue jeans and like black dress shoes. I think
maybe, maybe,
you strut
probably.
in like that, and you turn around. You like clank your cane on the ground, put both your hands on it, and you're like, "You boys ready to set sail?"
So, out of the many early cringe stories that you know a lot of us probably have, this would certainly be one of them for me. I was hoping that we wouldn't take the direction of like cringe stories for this stream, but since we're here, there's no turning back. We're on this ship, gotta ride it out. But yeah, this is one of those. This is one of those. Yeah. Go on,
So
Devon.
this is I want to point out that my friend Michael, my roommate Michael, had never met Amir before. This is his
Right.
introduction to seeing Amir for the first time. And Michael has no filter. So he says, first of all, I'm going to need to ask you to leave and come back in and try that once more. Amir's like, what? Yeah. Amir's like, Amir's laughing and stuff. Like, oh, sorry. Michael's like, no. I need you to leave. I need you to leave. And Amir's like, oh, okay. Amir walks out the door and closes it, and Michael and I are just waiting for the knock. we knock and we let him in, and Amir comes in a much more calm manner.
So calm. Oh my god.
Amir just walks in. And
That's one way of
hey
saying
guys.
it. Yeah, yeah. Just normal. Just dude, how old were we?
We
I
had to
had
have been like
18.
19. It was
Yeah.
18 or 19, one of the two.
Yeah,
And like
yeah.
Michael's like, second off, it's not an ascot, fool. He's like, I was going for like a sloppy sailor pimp look, and this is a tie just flinging around. He ripped that tie off of you. Dude, it was so rough. Oh man.
It was something. It was definitely something to be remembered, for sure. Oh
That
my
was one
goodness.
story.
Yeah, yeah.
There was another story. What was it? I had one on just like on the forefront of my mind. I can forego that one for now. I have another
Okay.
one that I can think of from the college days.
Dude, are you thinking about architecture? Don't let. Which one are you thinking about?
No, I wasn't thinking of that one, but I can talk about that one if you like.
No. I want to hear what you were thinking about. I'm a fan for original ideas, so I want to hear an idea that's not just my own. So why don't you?
Oh, that was great. That was a long way. That was a lot of words to say nothing.
Oh. You.
Did I tell you somebody told me that?
You didn't have to tell me.
One of my friends said that. It's like, I think that was a lot of words to say nothing at all.
You did tell me. You told me on the
Oh
last.
man,
Um,
I love that sentence.
oh my god.
But
Go on though.
anyway,
Yeah, yeah.
the thing I was thinking about was the leak.
The leak. I remember the leak. That story. That's a good one. That's an appropriate one too. As a matter of fact,
Yeah, it's family friendly.
yeah. Well, what I was going to say is that it's a good segue, as a matter of fact, into kind of what I'm doing right now. We'll come right back to that. I do want to take a quick second just to explain what's going on, what I'm doing. So I'm
Go
going to
for
hide
it.
some of these sketches. Yeah, thanks. I'm going to hide some of these really quickly. And I want you to take a look, for all of you watching, at this kind of, weird form that's on the screen right now. For some of you, this might look, I don't know, maybe a little familiar. You guys might have some speculation as to what it is, but what I want to do is, I've mentioned that Animus is a world to where it is, yeah, it's full of wild creatures, massive monsters, flora and fauna, magic, all of that fun stuff. And so what we're looking at right here is, in fact, going to be the beginnings of a giant shell. And on the topic of shells, we have somebody who is appropriately named from the Isopodian Commonwealth. Welcome. Super happy to have you onto the stream. We were actually talking about shelled creatures, so you would relate to your fellow Isopodians with this subject matter.
The way that you announced that was like like a fighting announcer from the right corner, the Isopodian Commonwealth.
Yes. No, every time I see your name on, any of the comments to my videos, I just have to say I love what you're doing with your branding. So I had to
Yeah.
announce this though.
Thank you for
Yeah,
speaking up for your kind. There's not enough people who are willing to show enough backbone per se.
exactly. Yeah. So it is a struggle when you're an invertebrate.
But please continue.
That being said, I do want to show just various hints of the size and scale of the wildlife that exists here. And so what I'm going to do is just toggle something very quickly. I'm going to hide that for a second and turn this back on and put this up to a decent opacity. So yeah, for some of those examples, we have things like giant crustaceans. We have these, giant sand crabs, for
What's up, Joe?
instance, that
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
oh,
here.
no, you're
By the way,
fine.
I'm back.
It's so funny. We've been yammering about stories for this entire time, and the second you come back,
Yammering.
is when Amir is talking about his art.
The
Mhm.
lore to things. No, it's okay. Welcome back, Mike. But yeah, so one of the things I was saying was, yeah, so there's this recurring theme of size and scale of wildlife. And so what I also want to introduce is that same concept and things that are a bit more docile and neutral in your encounters with them as you're exploring this world. And one of which is going to be this giant conch shell that we're looking at over here. And that's something else that I want to make an asset for, essentially, in the next video that I'm going to release this content on. And so that is what is being drawn right now. So yes, in a way, more fish, but to be more accurate for you, Isopodian Commonwealth, more invertebrates. So yeah. Back to your story, Devon. We were
Facts,
talking
bro.
about. Sorry, Mike. Go on. Say your
No,
thing.
no, no. I got nothing to add.
I
Yeah,
hear
do
you.
you want to hear a story?
Yeah.
Sure. What's up? What do you guys got?
So, Amir and I went to college together.
Mhm.
There were some antics that happened. This is just one of those many antics that occurred in our
Antics
common
is a
youth.
way
At this
of.
point, we were 21. No alcohol was involved,
Oh,
I believe. No, I was sober. I'm just going to frame this up. I'm going to get the boring part out of the way first. I worked at the bookstore on campus, and I had a very early shift that day, and I just did not want to drive in traffic. I didn't live on campus at the time, so Amir did. I wanted to room with him that night, just crash on his couch, and in the morning go to work my shift or whatever. So we were just having a good time, had some dinner, played some games, beat his butt in Smash. And as we're chilling, I think Amir started to notice that there was something odd about his light switch. It started with the light switch, right? I believe it was the
There's
light
something,
switch.
yeah, there's something strange going on. Do you want to continue this?
What the
Because
hell?
Yeah.
I can fill in.
The way
Yeah,
you guys
dude,
are
It was
talking.
your light. Your light turned off, right? And you went to
yeah,
mess
yeah,
with the light to try and turn it back on, and that's
yeah.
about around the time where you saw that your light switch was leaking.
That's okay. So here's what happened, right? I go to turn off this light switch, and I feel something wet on my finger.
Mm.
Okay, I look down at the power outlet because the light switch isn't working. Like there's something funky going on. I hear this dripping sound, and I see water coming out of my power outlet.
Hmm.
And at this point, I walk outside, and I approach Devon. I'm like, Devon, we've got a situation, and at this point, Devon, you can continue the story because I'll fill in where it's appropriate, but I feel like you've got your own uh, flavor to add to it. So why don't you continue, please?
Sure. Apparently, the apartment over our sleeping arrangement, its toilet overfloweth. And so all of that water was trailing down into Amir's house, his entire apartment. Thankfully, it wasn't like shit water. It was just toilet water, which isn't
Just water,
great,
water.
but
And I want to paint a picture of that, by the way, too, right? So we had somebody else that was living in the room, like one of my best friends. His name is Kimani.
Kimani.
And Kimani is like, "Yo, Amir, is water coming out of your outlets too? Are you still alive and not electrocuted?" I'm like, "Yeah." So he goes upstairs, and he goes to go check on, my neighbor. His name is Keith. Like we were all in the architecture program, so like we all kind of know each other. So from Kimani's point of view, and this is how I envision it, right? Like Kimani tells me this. He goes upstairs, and as he's walking up the stairs, there's like a nice waterfall, basically, like accumulating at this point, like coming down the stairs. And Kimani's like, "Yo, what the fuck?" So he knocks on Keith's door, and there's the sound of commotion going on back there. Like you don't know if the freaking Jumanji board game was opened up or something, and they're just trying to like fend off some alligators, but there's something not normal going on behind this door, right?
Mhm.
So Keith has a girlfriend, and she opens up the door, and she's in like a panic, and Kimani's like, "Where's Keith?" And she's like, "He's in the back," and like there's water that's like a good, I'm gonna say 2 inches at least, like in the kitchen, all over the place in this dorm. And, like Kimani walks into the bathroom to try to find his friend. He's like, "Keith? Keith?" And Keith is in the bathroom, and he's got his hand like covering a busted pipe, and the water's just hitting him in the face. It's just like, "Ah! Ah!" Just, screaming. Kimani is horrified. So I'm in my apartment, I'm waiting for the news, and Kimani comes back just like he's seen a ghost. And he's
You're like,
like,
yo, it's bad up there, dog.
"It's bad, man.
It's bad, man. It's real bad.
The fish were in the walls, Isopodian Commonwealth. Yeah, so it
It
was
was
bad.
rough.
Yeah, but anyway, continue, Devon.
So I was
Go
like,
on.
guys, there's turmoil happening. It's mostly dripping in your rooms. We should have a slumber party. It's the only rational thing to do because you don't want to sleep in your room. You're going to get dripped on. But the living room was safe. It was sacred ground. So everyone could get their stuff. We could all just sleep on the floor in the living room and just tell scary stories all night. It was the perfect idea.
I was so annoyed that night.
You're annoyed with that idea?
Dude,
Who hates a slumber party?
I was Go on, Devon.
Who hates a
Continue.
slumber party? A slumber party is like it's the most fun. We don't do that enough anymore. As adults, you ask, "Hey, you want to go to a slumber party together?" And they're like, "What's wrong with you?" Slumber parties are so much fun. We don't do them anymore. Like
Fair
we
enough, yeah.
equate a cabin trip to. We get excited for cabin trips and like vacationing with other people because that's the closest we get as adults to true slumber parties. That's all we need is a slumber. Anyway.
Touche.
We did it. Everyone agreed. We signed the papers. The slumber party was happening. And so, yes, this or that agrees. Absolutely. We should have a slumber party. Not a weird slumber party, a good one. But all right. So I think Amir manned the couch because he was I'm not going to finish that sentence. Amir manned the couch. I slept on the floor, like right in front of the couch. So Amir was just like
Yeah.
adjacent to me. And I think Kimani took there was a reclining sofa, right? Or reclining chair. I think he slept on that.
took, yeah. He took the recliner. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was the only person slumming on the floor. I didn't live there, so I guess that makes sense. Anyway, we were just talking the whole time. We were joking and giggling and laughing. It was a great slumber party. It was so good. I didn't want it to end. I did not. And Amir's getting tired. I'm like, no. Let's keep talking. You remember this time? We're just sharing stories, and Amir's just like, oh,
I had an exam. Not only that, I had an exam the next day. I was like, yo, guys,
I had work.
Okay. So go on. Yeah. I'm tired. I've got this exam, and
Amir's
you're over
tired,
here.
and he's just like, I want to go to bed. And I'm just keep talking or making jokes or something. And he just can't go to sleep. And eventually, like, there was a moment of silence, however brief it may be.
This
And I
was
think the lights
after.
were off. The lights were off. It's like 2 late. No. At this point, it was closer to 4, wasn't it? I think it's at like 4 a.m.
Maybe. Go on.
I think it's late. It is late. And I'm laying on the floor. I think a good maybe 45 seconds go by.
I don't know what happened there.
Of silence. And eventually I just take my pillow and hit the shit out of Amir's face. In the dead of night. Like, you just heard. It was so powerful. I feel like Amir's head ricocheted from the
Ew.
Yo, what?
like
that is what you did.
Unprovoked.
That is what you did.
Just a smack at 4 a.m.
Like a savage man who was just unfamiliar with civilization. Yeah, so
Amir went into a fit of rage.
Damn, I
like,
would too.
You think that, like, I'd imagine somebody's normal response would be you take that pillow or your pillow or anything and you start beating the absolute hell out of the person who just vexed you. But that wasn't Amir. Like, all logic went out of Amir's head. He grabbed the pillow and he raised it over his head and he was ready to do damage, but he didn't. He just like, yeah, and just starts slamming the pillow on himself and on the walls. He just starts swinging it.
I didn't hit myself. I hit everything but you.
You were hitting your legs like.
Was I?
Yes, you were slamming, dude. You were so mad. It was blind fury. You were so mad,
dude. Yeah.
What went through your head?
What? I don't even know what went through my head. I was, dude. It was 4 a.m. Okay. I think I didn't. Dude, I don't know. I was upset, and I was just like, yo, I'm not gonna hit you. Okay. But what did I say to you next? I forgot.
You said nothing. I swear you didn't say anything. It was just silence after that.
I think it was because Kimani was there and he saw or expected the whole thing. I think we all ended up laughing, and I said, "Okay." But
I know Kimani was laughing his ass off over in that corner.
But I was like, okay, like, but seriously, guys, like, don't fuck with me again, please. Okay.
I think at that point, I receded. I was like, yeah. Amir needs to get some sleep. I have to work in like 3 hours, so I should probably get something.
So that happens, and it's like at this point like 4:30 a.m. Okay, no, it's gotta be like maybe at least like 5:30. I'm gonna say, and
thank you.
Spread love to the family, for me too.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is that like I go back to sleep.
To the family.
Mm-hmm.
For the family, I go back to sleep, and I'm gonna say a good 30 minutes in, right? Like I wake up to a knock on the door.
Dude, no, it wasn't 30. It was shortly after. Like we hadn't had time to fall back asleep. Dude, it was like 5. It was like 5 to 10 minutes in. Okay. Like 5 to 10 minutes after that fiat you threw, a knock at the door comes, And Amir, I could feel your eyes open. I could feel like the disgust. So you set up, you open that door, and it's just like this small, like Hispanic gentleman, custodian guy's like, I'm here for the drip.
That's right.
He's like, yeah, sure, right this way. And he nods and he reaches behind him and he grabs this freaking contraption, this freaking space shuttle.
He bring Galvatron.
Yeah, dude. Galvatron.
He brought Galvatron into the house and into the dorm. I'm sorry, the apartment, whatever. And I didn't know, but this giant machine of a thing comes in, and he's like, "Okay, I'm going to start now." And I just nodded my head, not even knowing.
He didn't give us any warning. He just took it into your room. That thing could have cleansed both your floor and any evil entity that was made residence in that room. And so you just you laid back down. I'm pretty sure they closed the door to like be respectful. And like we just hear the loudest like a freaking air turbine turns on in Amir's room. It's the loudest thing just after all of this savagery at 4 a.m. And I just sit up and look at Amir and I see
you just laughed like
I look at his face and I'm just smiling.
It's like I hate you, man.
Amir's face was just so dead. His
I was dead inside.
His eyes were emotionless. His expression was just gone.
It was pain. It was nothing but pain. It was pain. And it was horrible.
Kimani was just giggling over in that corner, dude.
You guys were the worst. Both of you were the worst that night. I couldn't forget. I couldn't forgive. And here I am.
I'm so sorry, Amir.
I forgive you. Now I forgive you.
I'm glad. You remember that one time I made you fall asleep in my car while we were driving back to campus, and then I got close to a truck that was hauling a truck, so it was facing us, and then I screamed at the top of my lungs.
We were coming back, like you. We were coming back from somewhere. Yeah, we were coming back from somewhere, and I was like, "Hey," and it was late. No.
It wasn't even that late. It was like 9. It was 9 p.m.
But there was something that happened the night before. I can't.
Let me know
I'm
when
not
you
even
guys
going to try
are
to recall.
interested in a new topic. I know you guys are
All
like sharing stories.
Let's hop to a new topic. Let's hop to a new topic.
I can't contribute to the stories. I wasn't there. So
No, totally fine.
Amir,
fine.
I want to hear stories of you and Yak.
No, I was gonna ask something to both of you instead. Like
okay.
How about this? Sorry, Mike. I was just going to say I'm going to step away for 1 second. My laptop battery needs life.
You can fart. You can just say that's what you're stepping away for.
Or I mean, there's that which
you
know. But yeah, I'm gonna show the proof.
You can be honest with us. It's cool. We're family.
Okay.
We're family.
Yeah. Do it for the family.
Here.
For the family.
I think we might have talked about this last time, but I want to know you guys' thoughts on AI art and stuff. Now that it's been a while, I feel like the dust has settled on what everyone thinks it is or what it's going to be or the fears and stuff. It feels like the dust has settled somewhat. So yeah, I think Devon, you might have said something about it regarding voice acting, but I'm curious just now that it's been out for a while. Like I feel like 2 years ago when it kind of came out, everyone was like, "Oh my god, dude! Like this is there was so much more unknown and thus so much more fear." But now that it has kind of settled in a sense where the art AI art generators are out there, they've been out there. Do you guys feel the same? Do you guys feel a little bit more settled? What are your thoughts on it in general? Like, is there still some what are your thoughts about the future of it, all that stuff? Curious.
Great question. Yeah, no, I love that. Devon, I'm going to let you take it away. I'm going to jump back.
Thanks for that permission.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm going to let you.
Yeah, he does that.
I give you permission. No,
I appreciate it.
I'll be right back, and I'll jump back in a second, Mike. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so I think what I said previously still applies here. I enjoy making AI art for absolutely mundane things that typically do not see the light of day outside of a small group. Like, we think of something funny and we're like, oh, could you imagine seeing that? And then we make that thing a reality, and just so we could all have a laugh in the moment. Outside of that, we don't really mess with AI art, especially when it comes to like big production level stuff. I know that I don't hear about the scare as often as it used to because, like you
Hmm.
said, it was new. But I don't think that the scare of AI art, it doesn't exist anymore. I think it's still prevalent. Maybe our attention is drawn elsewhere because of other advancements that AI have been made. But to like what you said, because AI is slowly getting more and more integrated with our day to day lives, it's like we just stop noticing some of what I would consider crimes are occurring
Hmm.
like right under our noses. Like,
Hmm.
for example, people who are making like advertisements for something, they can just generate a full like set based on an AI prompt to say, hey,
Mhm.
this is the background, this is the image, and it'll just make it. And they can take that and put that in their PowerPoint presentation. They can put that like as a part of their internal training, something that would have been a job for somebody, like that someone that has made their livelihood on making something, so that kind of content now does not do that anymore because AI can do it for them. So I think the bad things
I
are
think we
still
see like
happening. We're just not
AI
talking about
artwork.
it.
Yeah, like I think we've seen AI art used in like advertisements, and I don't think
Yes.
people are like either they don't care or they're just like they call it out, and then this kind of I don't know. It seems to kind of hurt people when they try to use it for like advertisements and stuff. It seems to hurt brands or whoever because it just looks bad. Like it's not polished. It's not. It's like there's glitches and stuff.
Mhm.
Um,
Like, if you look close enough, you can
yeah,
you
like
don't even have to look that close either.
I think when I see AI artwork, personally, I've seen ads for it, like just straight up ads for like the most regular like products out there. And when I see it, I'm just like, oh, they don't care about their brand and their perception of
Yes.
their brand to their audience. I think that those that do are still putting in like a ton of money. I think it just kind of like it's almost like exposed the people that were cheap about their advertising and branding budgets more because you
Mm.
can see them just blatantly using AI and it like has all the glitches and it's not been cleaned up or nothing like that. Like six, multiple fingers, like weird, like just noise and stuff. And you see that and you're just kind of like AI art now has a look like as much
It
as
does.
it's very obvious. Like you can almost tell, especially when it's not done by a person that's like creative. There's no director
Mhm.
behind it. It's just like, let's put this image out there. It's bright, it's flashy, and it just looks cheap.
Mhm. Mhm.
But I mean,
What else did I miss?
do you notice like people? Do you feel yourselves, or do you notice other artists like still being as like scared of it in that way where it was almost like when it first came out, the people were so afraid of it. Like artists were like,
Mhm.
"This is the end." Like everyone, there was like boycott. There's like sign here, like petition this,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
there was all this like talk about like now, like basically people were speculating that they were going to start losing clients, that they were going to have to like look for a new profession, like this like very almost like fear mongering in a sense of just like you better be ready if you're messing with it, like you're basically the opposite of like an artist. Like there is so much like strong emotion around it, and
Mhm. Mhm.
it kind of like I feel like has settled into its place now in the industry where it doesn't feel as threatening, but maybe because I'm just like not as closely paying attention to it. I don't know.
Mhm.
What do you guys feel? Like, does it still feel as threatening as it did when it first came out and we really didn't know how it worked or where it was headed?
I think, for me specifically, there is a look. Everything that you said, Mike, is, I totally agree with 100%. You can spot out AI art pretty quickly. And there is a certain kind of cheapness factor with that, how can I say, ancillary request of like, hey, make this, sci-fi landscape or whatever, and you just get this like weird thing with a bunch of glitches in it.
Yeah.
Going back to your question, I personally, as an artist, speaking from the artist perspective and not speaking from the designer perspective, as an artist, I'm not so worried about today's AI. I'm worried about some of the legislative, and when I say legislative, I'm saying that loosely, but when you take a look at these big name giants like Adobe, or even, like your Figmas, but I'll keep it in the art world, Adobe, they're allowed to use your work if you like don't tweak your settings and whatever to train their AI learning models. There are other things too, like you've got your metas and your things of that nature that have very loose verbiage around like what is allowed to train their learning models, and it kind of crosses this territory that gets kind of muddy quickly about what is plagiarism and what's not. And I think for that purpose, when it comes to the arts, that's my main concern with it. Just that we don't have the laws in place to really kind of prevent that from continuing. Despite the fact that like things look pretty, I don't know, like you can spot out AI art today really well. It might have like 6 fingers or something weird. I don't think it's always going to be that way.
What
That's
do you
fine.
think? What do you think? Like, what do you think Adobe or Facebook or whatever? What do you think their goals are with AI and AI art generation? Like, what do you like? If imagine you're them, like, what is your
Sure.
their
What's
goal?
my
Isn't like I would just I just want to give it a little bit more on it. Like, Adobe's goal
Mhm.
isn't to get rid of artists or to replace artists because artists use their
No.
tools.
Yeah, for sure,
So,
for sure.
like, what do you think? Like, when you speculate about like what you just said, like Meta or Adobe using AI in a way that can like hurt or be bad for artists.
Mhm.
What do you think that their goal? Why do you think they're attracted to AI, and why do you think they want to use it on their
Yeah.
products?
Essentially, what you're asking is, like, what is the benefit from any of this, hypothetically, if this were the case? My answer would be this: when it comes down to, and Meta and Adobe, are two different companies. Obviously, they've got their own different agendas, but for a Meta, right? Profit. Ultimately, it comes down to, like, how can I use something to expand my service model, expand my product model, for instance.
Yeah, like, and who
And
is their like? Who do they? How do they make money? I guess.
yeah, sure. If we're talking about with, let's just say, that could be anything, advertisements, presentations. Let's just talk about like the internal mechanisms required to work at Facebook to make money internally at Facebook. So if you need artwork done, for instance, concept art or just some caricature or whatever it is for some campaign that you're running as Facebook, you need to hire artists like you, or maybe some other people or things of that nature. That's all money that's coming out of their pocket. What if you could reduce that cost by 75%, on an annual basis? That's kind of like the way how I would look at it.
That's how you're
So,
seeing. That's how you're seeing Facebook use AI.
not just Facebook, but just from a capitalistic perspective, kind of across the board. Since we're talking about like the artistic or like AI art per se, then yeah, in terms of going back to the question, why would a Facebook care to explore, like some sort of means to, I don't know, like have your art or have other people's art train learning models for them? Yeah, it would be for, just cutting cost to still achieve the same result, or the same result, air quotes, but for less, I would
Can I
say.
give an
It's
Can
kind
I
of
give an alternate like take
sure.
on
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
So I think that Adobe, I can lump Adobe probably in with Meta on this one. I think
Mhm.
that Adobe and Meta, they make their money from their users, like the people that use their platforms.
Sure.
So when they look at AI, I mean, when they look at AI art tools or AI anything, like whatever I mean, for Adobe, they're like an art software company, so they want to make like
Mhm.
they want to have AI be like an art tool and a feature, a reason for people to use their or to pay for their services, because that's where
Sure.
they make all their money. And for Facebook, they're not necessarily an art company, but they are just like They're a social media company, so what they want is, instead of saving, I feel like your approach is like these companies want to save money by using AI artwork to like replace work. I don't think that they want to save money. I think they just want to make more money. So they're
Yeah.
looking at everybody's talking about this AI art thing. Everyone is interested in it. How do we also get a piece of that like action? How do we also implement AI, whatever that may look like on our side? How do we have an AI thing so that we can stay relevant and so that we can make our platform more engaging and like more make users want to use it instead of use the competitor or whatever. So
Mhm.
they're implementing like AI art as like a gimmick almost, not really as a use this tool to replace artists and all this kind of stuff. More just like use this tool, kind of like what Devon does, like use it to make memes. Use it for Facebook, they're like, we want people to stay on our platform. We want people to use AI as a way to stay on our platform. So let's integrate it into chat. Let's integrate it into like posts so that people can use our platform more, for better or worse, and use AI to keep them here instead of going to
Sure.
like another competitor or something.
Yeah. I would raise the rhetorical question, why not both?
Why not both? What?
Why not do both as a
He's
business?
saying that it's a little bit of yours and a little bit of his.
Yeah.
So
reasonings.
yours is, well, I feel like yours is focused specifically on the production side of like using AI to like help with
Mhm.
production. I think they're not going to change. I think they're just going to like I feel like they probably see more value in it as a quick and easy way. Like they don't have to make their AI tools good. They just have to make them good enough to compete with like whatever other people are offering. And so they can put in like a little bit of work and then act like they got this new fancy thing, which they probably had. They just didn't really, it just wasn't like valuable until now. And like if you look
Yeah.
at Instagram, the way they're using AI is to like give you a chat bot, and like there's all this stuff that like it doesn't feel like it's a threat to artists as much as it's just bloatware at this point.
I think.
I mean,
Yeah. Sorry, Devon. You were about to say something.
I think there are certain levels of AI that I think one other approach that people have used AI for is to make those who are less skilled in a certain aspect have more access to that skill without requiring a background, whether that be having a creative writing degree, whether that be doing voice acting work or creating art itself. Adding AI to this functionality will make it so that things that you couldn't do previously without researching and getting your hands dirty are now able to be accessed at the click of a button. Like with Adobe, if they're trying to learn from some of either your art or anything that you might be doing in Premiere, if they know what's going on there, they will be able to make a simple either command or button that will let you do this cool thing that everybody else is doing as well, without you having to learn the steps to do it yourself. It won't have the same polish, but by having that feature there, they will be able to draw in more users. I don't think that they're going to like keep old users, because a lot of old users are going to already know how to do that, or maybe they might be intrigued that this new feature is added because they weren't doing it previously. But it is, at the end of the day, making more tools that weren't accessible to some people now more easily accessible. But by doing so, they also belittle what was fed into the algorithm to make that tool.
They belittle what was fed into the algorithm to make that tool.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
I'm
get it.
confused by that, but I think that like, do you guys use Adobe products?
Premiere Pro.
You know
So-
my answer to that. Yeah.
So like Premiere and like basically Adobe's version of them integrating AI into their software is like generative fill. It's like auto detecting things, like
Yeah.
all of those AI enhanced things, which they probably honestly had those features already. They just calling them AI now because it's like
Yeah.
makes them relevant. So it's like Adobe, like, and Facebook and all of them, they look at your data, of course, because they're like, hey, if I have to enhance this thing, this image, I need to look at it I
Hmm.
guess for me to know what I'm enhancing, or for me to know what I'm like swapping or whatever. So I think there's like it does I just feel like generally the fear, and maybe we're forgetting, but if there was a lot of fear around artists specifically being replaced with AI, like actually, like people were talking
Hmm.
about it like as if it was going to happen, and almost like with so much conviction that as if it was actually happening.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
the larger problem was that they were just stealing artists' works and styles without permission. And now large companies like YouTube are finding out like that, you know, ChatGPT, whatever, studied on YouTube videos, and they really have nothing to say about that. All they can be is like, well, we're just gonna do the same to our videos and like change our terms of service, all this kind of stuff, and then it'll be okay because we're gonna do it too. So I think like the biggest corporations that got affected by their stuff being stolen, like that, it basically already happened. It like happened, and now it's kind
Mm.
of like, now who's gonna fight and who's gonna care? But I
Mhm.
think like where we are, my point, I guess my point ultimately is that, are artists still scared that they're not gonna be getting hired anymore? Like, it's been
yeah,
long enough, I feel like, where there should be like true documented cases. And I mean, I'm just not hearing about them, if there
yeah,
are, where artists are being literally fired in replace of AI, and
yeah.
like them not able to finding another, being able to find another job or something like that. Like,
Right, right. I
you
get what you're
know,
saying.
is
Yeah,
that
yeah.
happening, or was that, or were artists being like overly like ignorant and like overly dramatic to these tools that they really didn't understand?
I
Like,
think,
I don't know.
Depends on the artist too, right? What kind of artist
yeah,
are you?
yeah. Right.
Like
Like
web
it's,
developers rip a lot of those.
A lot of
yeah.
web developers don't have jobs anymore, like they couldn't find work.
Well, a lot of tools like Wix and Squarespace have a lot of AI integrations that kind of you can basically type out what kind of website you want and it'll start
But
generating
Wix
things.
but those websites existed before AI, so there was already an ease of creating a website before AI. Like, I don't know if
Yes.
we can attribute that to AI specifically.
Yeah, it's maybe I could shed some light on it, just, being a UX designer. Like even that right there is really different than being a concept artist, right? Like those are two different industries. They're both creative, where AI is affecting them totally differently. I think that your average concept artist, despite all of the, I'll just say, like, icky things that, some learning models or a lot of learning models are doing, from an AI perspective with concept art. I don't think that, concept artists need to be afraid today about, like, oh no, like my job's going to disappear like tomorrow or today, because of AI. It's a little different. AI today is good at doing some things and it's bad at doing other things. It's bad at paying attention to detail, like we were talking about before, with like, oh, like, does this hand have 5 fingers or 15? Um, and that's something that human is just going to understand better, right? If we're talking about for reproducing certain systems and models and anything that's just like, you know, uh, more engineering focused, I guess you can say, like for UX design, then you run into different issues where, yeah, like you've got UX designers who aren't necessarily being replaced by AI outright today, but it's this hype and sensation around the fact where you can go into Figma and you can ask AI to generate an app for you. I'm not even sure if this feature is rolled out today. I saw a prototype for it, and it will make a 16-page interaction design that's wireframed, perhaps. You can even generate some images with it, potentially with like different plugins as well too, to the point in which on the surface, you're doing a job that a UX designer is doing without the UX designer. You're putting in inputs. And that in itself is threatening in its own ways, but it's not the same type of threat for every single artist across the board.
It's
I
not
would
as
say it
like
depends.
it's not as like
Yeah.
I mean, does it like, I guess, can you like, do you think that it's just not as like scary, or has not become as like detrimental to the art industry as everyone like was kind of saying it was going to be? Like, is that fair
I
to
think
say?
I think
Like,
I think
it's
that's
been
fair to
like
say,
two,
but
3 years now. It's been like, was it 2019 when Midjourney came out or something, like 4 years ago?
yeah.
Like,
But and yeah,
Midjourney's
I think it's
not replacing artists. I don't think. Like, it costs money. Like, it still costs money. It's still, if anything, it's more expensive now. If anything, it's more
yeah,
technical now. So like your average person, probably, even I don't really even know how to control it. And like, I'm an artist. Um,
yeah.
I don't know. Like, I've tried using AI artwork and like generating stuff, and I will sometimes be more frustrated than I'm just like, I'm just gonna draw it. I'm just gonna draw it. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
paint it. It's gonna be faster. It's gonna be way more accurate and way more exactly what I want. Like, it's already hard to put what you're imagining onto paper. Imagine trying to put what your client's thinking. It's already hard. I mean, like, to take what your client is thinking or saying, telling you, and you're human, you understand nuance, you understand like hidden signals and all this stuff, and putting
Mhm.
that into paper. And now, like, I feel like clients, or those clients, are trying to generate it, and they can't even control the
Do it.
program. I don't know.
I think
It
Yeah.
doesn't seem
that
like, I guess, ultimately just doesn't feel like it has not been that bad for the. I'm not like, I don't know. It feels like I'm trying to like defend it, but I just don't think it's that scary. I don't think it's as
I don't
scary
think
as
you're
it
trying to
seemed in the
defend it.
beginning.
You're just arguing to think of it more objectively, which I think is accurate. And I think it's also folly to try and lump all of AI, whether it be art or whatever, into one specific type of market, be it like Facebook or Google or anything like that, because it could also affect smaller, maybe more budding artists who do a lot of commissions for like Twitch streams or just basic fan art for some people, because people are much less likely to pay someone for fan art if they can generate it, and these people don't have much money to begin with, right? The clientele that they might work with, if they work with a high volume of people with a low budget, that might have been cut off as a result. So there's not to say that that's like a huge case, but that is vastly different from what we'd see from huge multi-billion-dollar companies.
I
So
think that if I was hiring somebody to make fan art of something for me, I would rather pay them slightly less and have them use the AI artwork and help themselves and get me my idea faster, rather than me go try to use it, not know which subscription I gotta pay for, not know what prompts to use. Like, I feel like I'd still rather go to an artist and then at least ask them to use AI art to make the cost cheaper, rather than do it myself. Because
that's
now
fair.
there's I think like the AI art industry or whatever has hurt itself by becoming so big. Now there's a million tools. There's all different ones that specialize in different things. There's like so many more tools to use.
Mhm.
To the average consumer or to the average non-art person, it's almost like bewildering to be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go back to hiring an artist, because now just navigating the AI art generation landscape, like, it's a whole thing that I don't want to waste my time on or spend time on or learn. Like, I might as well learn how to draw and then just draw my own crappy fan art, rather than like try to, you know what I mean? Like, it's hurting itself by
Yeah.
spreading out too thin. So it's almost like hurting itself, because like the whole capitalist thing, they all want to make money so badly that they're just oversaturating the hell out of the market with like AI tools,
Yeah.
and they're just end
I
up hurting
agree.
themselves more than anything.
Yeah. Like I think we're going to, and I agree with all of that. I think that we're going to see several phases of evolution with AI. I think that we can all agree to that. Right now, we're looking at something that's still very early. It's been 4 years, right? Like, I mean, I say
Mhm.
four, maybe three, maybe, who knows? All these tools have been in development since the origin of, if then else statements, right? Um, but despite that, there's still a lot of room for growth. AI is not at its perfect, it's not its perfect form, I guess you can say.
But
So,
doesn't that just like feed back into the fear of it. Like we don't know how strong it's going to get, therefore we should
I
still
don't
be
think.
afraid of it. Versus
I don't
like,
think. Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it
Sorry.
just feels like you're kind of like, okay, like when it first comes out, everyone's scared of it. Everyone's running around scared of it. This is the end. Like, get ready. And then like
Mm,
kind of like nothing happens. And then it's like, okay, instead of just being like, all right, nothing happened. It kind of just became a stupid gimmick for people to make memes
mm,
with. No like big Fortune 500 companies really using it in a way that's like scary. They're more using it as a way to just like keep users on their platform in whatever cheap
mm,
way they can. And now instead of just as an artist being like, yeah, I guess it didn't, rob me of my work.
mm.
Instead of kind of saying that and then like taking it, like reading it like with more nuance, it's like,
Yeah.
no, it just hasn't peaked yet. Now it's gonna peak soon. It's kind of like the
Mm.
doomer that is like saying the world's gonna end. It's like, okay, the world's gonna end on this day, and then it doesn't. It's like, actually, um, actually it's gonna end next year. Like, you know what I mean? It just feels like that. Like it's like almost
Not. Yeah, yeah.
keep artists
And
afraid of AI almost. Like that's almost like that's what it feels like, instead of just being like, you know what? I think it's not that scary and I don't think it's gonna be that bad. And also by the time it
mm,
reaches whatever state, it might just evolve into something totally different. And I
mhm.
think it's gonna be okay. You know what I mean?
I don't think, and like I would disagree a little bit. Not with you like directly. It's just more so of maybe the intent behind what I'm saying. It's not to create a fear or doomer or pessimistic type of logic around anything, or even just to like keep riding a train, if anything, of like fear mongering. It's just a state of fact. Like whatever it becomes, like AI still has a ways to go. I say that as somebody who's coming from a background working with just like scripting, logic, things of that nature. Like all of us have some experience in. And despite that, it's one thing to kind of nebulously say like, oh, like I don't know what the future is, so you know, uh, it could be bad. That's not the message that I want to give off when I'm talking about it. It's more so the fact that the reason why it has room to grow is also just kind of like an objective fact too, with regard to the infancy of it, the fact that it hasn't consumed all the data that it's going to as it continues to grow. Like we've really created a very phenomenal and interesting technology with AI as a concept, and that's a very huge umbrella, right? This isn't just talking about like just the artists or just the
But that's
creatives
what
like
I
us.
want to focus on. I mean, I think it's just gonna be
Mm,
a very like, it's like I'm not trying to cut you off, but I just want to like focus on the AI art portion because that's what that world we know very well, or at least we
right.
both know that world very well. Um, the AI as a selling point, as a product, that's
Mm,
definitely that can reach into so many different industries, and I just don't know
mm,
enough
mm.
about them to like make any good like points or add anything.
Yeah, yeah.
But so yeah, I don't want to go too into the weeds of like, or go zoom out too far, like look at AI everything, because
Mm,
then it can be like, well, in this industry it's really good, in this industry it's really bad. Like that
yeah.
can it's a lot more like harder to kind of like pinpoint. But I think just specifically in the, because that's the
Mm,
art industry we're in, and that's the industry where you heard where when it started in AI art. Now that AI, those AI algorithms have evolved into larger things that do other things besides art. Art was almost just like a pit stop. It wasn't like the destination for AI like tools. Um, and now, like again, like if you look at how companies actually are using AI art, it's just a shitty like meme generator. It's not really, they're not advertising it as like, hey, replace artists, save money. It's like, make silly jokes and send them to your friends. Like, please use our chat messenger. Like, that's really it.
mhm.
Yeah,
So
I
I
I've
saw a
just,
been trying to do
video.
I
some
don't know.
research too, and I'm not
Yeah.
seeing any hard evidence of major job loss based on art
Artists. Yeah.
generation
Like,
specifically.
dude, people have been like last year, so many people got fired from the game industry. I don't think it had to do with AI art. It had to do with
Mm,
just like shitty management and like all the classic shit, all the
Well,
classic reasons
like
people get fired,
I
like
think
overestimating, not meeting expectations, like burning people out, like all that stuff had like that impacted whatever happened last year in the game industry. that made a bunch of people get fired, or that got a bunch of people get fired, you never heard the term like, oh, it was because AI art. And yet the way that happened, you would have thought it would have been because of AI, the way people were talking about it when it first came out.
I don't.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
one,
think,
the tech industry
sorry.
last
Yeah,
year
yeah.
blew up. They overhired basically, and this wasn't
From
just in
COVID and
gaming. This
stuff.
is in like it was because of
Every
COVID.
tech industry. Yeah.
And so as a result, they're like, "Oh shit, we hired too much. We had to fire." That's a separate
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
But
yeah,
another
yeah,
thing,
yeah,
this isn't. I don't want to spend too much time on that topic because, like you said, you want to talk specifically about AI art. But in the tech industry, the people do use AI. AI is
Yeah.
very expensive. And for how expensive it is, I don't think it's as useful as people make it out to be. But because
Mhm.
how expensive AI is, they have to make budget cuts somewhere. And the easiest way to make budget cuts is to fire some of your staff. So in a way, AI is eliminating some staff, not because it's more efficient, but because it's more expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's more like a cost thing, like a
Yes.
mismanagement of
Yeah.
costs or budgets, not really
Right.
So yeah, you can
AI
say that was
is
because of the
replacing
manager's
people.
choices, technically.
Yeah.
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 And
Yeah.
like,
And
and
I
if it
would
wasn't
second.
AI, it would have been some other new hot thing that they would have adopted and like tried to force into their like company or something. Like, oh, now we're using this. And it's like
Yeah.
NFTs, like crypto, whatever, like whatever random ass thing that is hot and that will make people, that you think as a business owner will make people care about your business or the thing you're selling, you're gonna like adopt that into your thing, whether it's gonna be work out for you or not. Like you don't care.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
found it
Yeah.
interesting
Like,
that the phrase machine learning disappeared as soon as AI started to be more
Yeah,
prominent.
dude, that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like that stuff existed.
Mhm.
They just called it something else. That's
Yeah.
why
Right.
like
Right. Exactly.
it seems like the AI stuff is everywhere and people are already sick and tired of hearing about it. But really it was just machine learning. Like Google had that stuff in their phones, Apple had it in their phones. Like they're just calling
Yeah.
it something else. It's
Yeah.
not
And
really
that's
here in the
also
way that people are afraid that it is.
right. And in the same way that I was talking about it earlier, saying that's not in its perfect form or anything like that, like that's literally what I'm talking about to say that machine learning has been here for AI is machine learning, right? Like, let's just all agree that that is what it is. It's a more evolved form of machine learning, but it's literally based on the same exact principles that machine learning is based off of. That's nothing that's like super new within our. I mean, as a human species, like yeah, but you get it. Like it's been around for years. Um, but yeah, going back to what you were talking about, Mike, a lot of it kind of boils down to more like capitalistic, economic issues that exist that might be separate, perhaps, from AI itself, where it stands today. Um, but yeah, like maybe I just look at it from a perspective of looking at trying to understand every single moving part that's affecting, um, like the theoretical problem or the theoretical challenge that people are talking about. Like, I was going to use myself as an example. So, I currently am not working for a corporate job or a government job or anything of that nature. I could say that AI has contributed to my lack of having a job with one of those institutions right now. I would very confidently say that. I wouldn't say it for the mainstream reason that people are talking about it with. I wouldn't say, "Oh, AI replaced, my job. It's doing exact." No, I wouldn't say that at all. What I would say is that AI is making certain processes a lot easier, sending out tons of applications to places without you actually having to write the application yourself, autogen this, autogen that. And there are consequences with that, like cheaper quality, whatever it is, all the stuff that we were talking about. But all that's like outside of the, like just artistic bubble of how AI is affecting it. I'm not going to get into too much detail about that, but that's where my mind goes to when I think about AI and how it's affecting those things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it seems like it just feels like artists were hurting themselves and hurting each other with
Hmm.
the fear that was like spreading that AI was gonna like replace us and it's gonna kill like the industry and everyone sucks, and if you use AI on any level, you're like a traitor or something like that. And now it has
Yeah.
really like solidified itself as like this is either a gimmick for people to stay on the platform, or
Mhm.
this is like a genuine tool that has like some very niche use in a very niche like
Mhm.
setting, like VFX compositing or something, or some
Yeah.
other like tedious ass task that people don't want to do.
Yeah, yeah. No, I get it.
That mindset of if you're not an ally, you're an enemy is kind of counterintuitive, but it's very real, especially in the AI industry.
Yeah. I agree too, for sure. I think that people in general, and this is just my opinion on it, but in general in life, like it's really good to look at things like AI or, just complex topics from a complex lens, if that makes any sense. Not for the sake of trying to be complex, but just because not everything is black and white. So there could be truth to what's being talked about. There could be over exaggeration, inflation about
Dude,
ideas, things of that nature.
like
Yeah.
the thing that I think hurt AI art generation platforms the most, and like just hurt AI in general the most, was its commercialization. You know,
Yes.
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
AI
Yeah.
art
Yeah.
tools came out and they were free, then I could see that being like a threat for real, because it's free. Like it costs, it's like you can almost like it's like beneficial to use it and makes you money. It's free.
Mhm.
But if it was like, but because Midjourney and all these other really good ones, ChatGPT, they started like charging and selling commercially and all this kind of stuff, like enterprise costs and all this stuff. Now
Mhm.
it's like people are probably rushing to it less quickly, and they're kind of just looking at it
Yeah.
as like, you know, they're just kind of like, oh, this is just another thing that costs money, we're just going to keep our artists, and like that, or like
Mhm.
it just makes it less accessible to most people. Like I really don't know a lot of people that are using AI art super heavily and like
Mhm.
making money off
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you guys hear about this? Is actually on that topic, Mike, but there was there was a Pokemon trading card competition where there was like an art competition for like whose digital art is going to be featured on this next Pokemon card in this cool deck or whatever it is. And the winner of the competition actually used AI art to generate this Pikachu. And
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
That's
And
funny.
and so, like the Pikachu like, looked like pretty sweet. It's like, "Oh, like that's awesome." But you look at the hands and you look at some of the other details and you're like,
Mm,
why does he have 15 fingers?" Like,
mhm.
yeah. I think commercialization definitely has, like hurt, the cause, so to speak, however correct or incorrect that cause may be, for how people are using AI in that kind of corporate whatever type of way. Um, but yeah, it's an interesting paradigm. I think that maybe I'm going on a different topic, but I think that the use of AI art as your own intellectual property without like any modifications to it. Now that's a territory where I'm like, yeah, I don't feel good about that
And I
as an
think like
artist.
I think AI tools originally doing that and kind of getting away with it now as we see it. Um, and now they're getting in trouble for it. That makes
Mhm.
the users of those tools also be like, well, I don't want to get in trouble. Like the company, the tool I'm using is getting in trouble because they stole whatever art or like licensed things. Well, I'm afraid to
Yeah,
use them because what if I get sued for using, their like suite of tools. So it's just kind of like if I'm advertising like my service, like, hey, hire me as an artist, I'm being currently sued for like, copywriting, like putting a bunch of copyrighted artwork for sale or whatever. Like you're not going to
yeah,
want to
yeah,
buy from me. So like
sure.
I think especially where the money is for a lot of these things, like which is like enterprise, those companies,
Mhm.
they're not going to play with that. Like, hey, like
Yeah,
this could get us in hot water. Like we don't want that. So
right, right.
I think with the way that AI R2's released and the way that they advertise themselves and all that stuff has just like hurt them more than like helped
Yeah,
them. Now like they're not as trustworthy. Now they're like potentially a risk, like a legal risk to use them. And also, yeah. It
Yeah.
doesn't. They kind of screwed themselves by kind of going the way they did. And
Yeah.
again, kind of going back to like, is it as scary as everyone made it seem? Is it as like destroying people's lives as it
Mhm.
seemed like it was gonna? Like, I don't think so.
Right,
And
right.
I don't. It doesn't feel like that's like controversial to say that. Like, I just think
No,
Yeah.
and I
that's
don't
Yeah,
think
yeah.
like it's kind of obvious as well that it wasn't going to be as bad as hype made it out to be. And
Mhm.
that's basic fear mongering, really.
yeah, and
Mhm.
like overhyping a product means you want to sell it. You know, like
Yeah.
false advertising. That's like almost all the AI
Mhm.
art tools, like or AI anything, were like overhyping themselves, and then therefore scaring people. But in reality, they were just like not as smart or were not as capable. But they were.
Yeah.
It's like they AI art tool came out or AI tool came out, overhypes itself, oversells itself. The regular people believe it because they're scared of something like this actually happening. That furthers their credibility as like it's really this powerful. They get a ton of
Yeah, yeah.
money from investors and all these people. They're like, oh, this is real. This is like AI. This is real. And
Mhm.
then because of the scariness, like all of the people running around like scared of it, they just made them more money because they legitimized them even more. And now it's kind of like coming out like, oh, these tools are not actually ready. They don't actually have these
Yeah, yeah.
capabilities. They really are just a copy of this thing, and it's all kind of like falling apart. I think people
Right.
being scared of AI and like screaming from the rooftops like it's this big thing that's going to scare everybody was like led them to have a bunch
Their
of people
success.
invest in them, and then like now it's kind of leading to all the smoke kind of coming out and being like, oh yeah, like why were we so scared of it? Of course they're gonna let us get scared of it because that means that more people believe them and more people will give them money. You know, like they
Yeah,
weren't
yeah.
gonna stoke, they weren't gonna like put water on that fire. They were gonna be like, yeah, we can do all that, yeah, and then give us
Yeah,
money and
yeah.
like and then buy us and all this kind of stuff.
Right,
And now
right.
it's kind of like, oh, they actually can't do any of that shit. And
You've seen the meme, Mike, where what is it? It's like it's a Scooby-Doo meme, and Freddy is like unmasking somebody, and he's unmasking AI, and it's like, oh look, like it was if then else statements all along. It's
yeah,
basically kind of what you're talking about. Um, and yeah, like I totally agree. I think I just try to be careful with, and this is just me, but I try to be careful with how I use the terminology. Like I try to be very specific about AI for which industry. Like if I use AI as like a general term, normally I'm talking about it from like the conceptual level, like the highest level of like what AI can do in theory and where things
mhm.
are currently going today. But that's not necessarily the same exact,
Well, that's why like
AI. That's yeah.
that's why I'm just hesitant to like even entertain that because
Hmm.
it's like moving the goalpost of like what we should be afraid of. Like
Hmm.
at
Hmm.
first it was like AI is gonna ruin everything, and like now 4 years later it kind of didn't, and now we're
Hmm.
like, all right, well it's not ready. Like then you just kind of we can't just sit and be like, all right, I guess it's not that bad. It's like
Hmm.
this
Hmm.
weird like fear pessimism kind of thing of like it's getting stronger secretly. Like I feel
Hmm.
like it's just like a mindset that is very like spiraling because
Hmm.
you're just always going to believe that your industry and your job is in danger, and then like you can't like operate. It's like hard to like operate. It's just like, oh
Hmm.
like if it's not, if suddenly the whole AI industry collapses in on itself, it's going to be like, oh, there's going to be something else that comes out, just wait. Yeah, and it's just like, okay, it's a very like, again, doomer mentality of like, you know
Hmm.
like it
Yeah,
didn't
yeah. It
happen.
sounds like this topic is weighing on you pretty heavy. Is there any particular reason why it's come up recently?
It's not weighing on me. I'm recognizing like how AI now is being advertised and how it's being sold to us, and it's not at all in this like scary ass way that like I think art is just kind of like that whole like crabs in a bucket thing. They tear
Hmm.
each other down, and like AI art, some artists are using it and helping themselves and making their lives easier.
And
and
they're damning the
yeah,
people
and
who are
like
using
other, and then
AI.
they're losing, like, and people are like, no, like you're doing it wrong, and it's just like, ugh, like I don't
Are you
know.
seeing this?
There's like this
Have
constant
you been seeing this
fear.
more recently, or it's just?
I know I've stopped seeing it. Like I've stopped seeing all the fear
Oh,
of AI
okay.
art. That's what I'm saying. Like I've stopped
Mhm,
seeing
Okay.
mhm.
that. Now
Yeah, yeah.
people are openly using AI art tools and no one is like, no one cares.
Mhm.
Or there's
Mm.
just
Yeah.
like there's less care about it. Or even AI art companies are like advertising themselves as artist friendly or for artists. Like Adobe has
Mhm.
integrated AI art tools into their stuff pretty well. And people actually are like, it's actually kind of cool. Like I'm actually not scared of it. It actually makes my job a little bit easier. And like it's kind of like, I don't know, maybe this like, I can see it being like corporations are bad, like we're supposed to hate them, but like they don't want to not have users use their stuff. That's where they make all their money. So you just kind of have to like step back and look at it, be like, okay, Adobe doesn't want to replace artists because then who's going to use their programs? They want to
Yeah, yeah.
give them more reasons to. They want to sell. They want to increase the cost, which they're doing. They want to increase their prices, and then they want to give you more reason to buy it. Kind of like a really beautiful skin in a video game. You're like, damn it, I wasn't gonna put any money into this free to play game, but now I really want to buy that skin because it looks awesome. It's like that.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
They're just, what other thing? It's going to be AI, it's going to be NFTs, it's going to be whatever. What new thing can they put into their service that makes you want to spend money on it, or make somebody who was like not really going to spend money on it, but now they added this new thing, and now they definitely going to, like, how many people can they tip over that edge to like sign up for a subscription, to like stay subscribed? Like, I was going to unsubscribe, but generative fill is so good, I think I'm going to keep subscribing. Like that's what they want, you know?
Yeah.
That's what they want. And they're getting that from so many people, because I tried to cancel my Adobe subscription. I just kept Photoshop.
Mm.
The generative fill thing works good. I mean, it doesn't work perfectly, but that's not the only reason I kept it. But I was like on the edge of getting rid of it, and then they added that and a bunch of other stuff, and I'm like, all right, I'll keep it a little bit longer. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I just think that's kind of the reality that we are currently living. That's where AI art tools have settled into. Now they're
Mhm.
just a new way for companies to make money, but they're not like replacing and destroying the art industry the way that like a lot of artists were like screaming like that it was gonna.
I wouldn't say that this is where it's settled into. I think this is just another bump in the road. I don't know what's next, but I think it would be full of me to assume that it's it's just going to stay like this.
Yeah. I know what you guys mean both.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
yeah.
don't know where it's going, but like, I guess, does it have to like crash and burn the way that NFTs did for you guys to be like, yeah, it's not going to go anywhere after this?
I think,
Like no
yeah,
one is
like,
out there to still like, I mean, there's some people who still hope that some crypto takes off and they get rug pulled like every day. But then there's some
yeah, yeah.
people that, but like NFTs is one of those things where at one point it was like, holy shit, this might be the future. And like artists were getting involved, everyone was getting involved. And they were like, oh my God, this is cool. And then it kind of like went away or burned up.
Fizzled out.
And
Yeah, yeah.
now
Mhm.
people aren't, there's some people who still are deep in that bubble who are like, no, dude, just wait. NFTs are going to pop again. Like I'm holding on to my ape or whatever. And it's kind
My
of like
ape.
those, yeah, like those people to me feel similar to the people that are like, dude, just wait. AI art's going to take off and it's going to kill us all. Like, you know what I mean?
Um,
They
NFTs
feel
and AI.
similar to me.
I know what you mean, and like, but I think that they're just two totally different things. Like, if we're talking about the
Okay.
trend being the same, dude, for sure. Yeah, I'd say like the trend is the same. But I think if we're really like, when I'm saying AI right now, like I'm literally talking about like NFTs versus machine learning. And that just kind of goes back to like the high level concept of like, like what is machine learning versus what is an NFT. I'm more um, optimistic, if that makes any sense, towards the potential for growth that AI has versus something like an NFT's, like failure and let's just say trendingness, basically. Um, but yeah, like with that, right? Like I guess that's kind of why I say to myself, like, oh, like machine learning is a really advanced thing. Like it's becoming, it always has been, like kind of cool and like really advanced. And evolving, basically, unlike NFTs. So I guess all of my opinions when it comes to, like AI in general, including AI in the art world, is kind of based on that sort of comparison. Like I'm talking about machine learning and what machine learning can do versus like, cryptocurrency, for instance. Not like hating on cryptocurrency either. I'm not super into cryptocurrency personally. But yeah,
Yeah,
that
like you're not deep in that world, in that crypto world,
yeah
so you don't see like you're not in that world. So you're not
yeah
like,
yeah
"Oh,
yeah
it's gonna pop like next year, it's gonna Bitcoin's
yeah
gonna," like
yeah
you're not thinking that. So you're able to live your
yeah
life comfortably, not worrying about like, should I buy crypto? Should I not? Because you're not in that, you don't care, whatever. You can keep doing your thing. But
yeah
like that's what I mean. Like when you're really deep into the thing, it seems like at any point like it's gonna go crazy. And then when you're kind of outside of it, you're like, I don't really care about it. Like I'm just gonna keep doing my thing. So I don't know, it feels like with AI artwork, if you're just kind of like, I'm just gonna make my artwork and then maybe I'll use it every once in a while, maybe I won't. It feels like a little bit more manageable and like you can move forward with your craft and just kind of like in this slightly new version of like the art industry versus the constant panic of like, is it gonna evolve suddenly into this thing that's gonna take my job?
yeah. I think I get it. Sorry, somebody. Mike, two things. I
So
accidentally opened up Premiere, and it's actually like
oh no, dude, Adobe was
yes,
listening.
yeah,
Open me up.
yeah. Damn it! No, no, no! Go away, AI. Isopodian Commonwealth. No, his comment is funny. This is a follower from mine, but yeah, he's basically saying NFTs versus AI is like a trash pile versus a bigger, stinkier trash pile. But
Yeah,
um,
and like, but for some reason, as artists, we're like, one of these trash piles is actually secretly like gonna become like
hmm.
a real thing, and the other one is like a real trash pile, you know?
Hmm. You've seen, I don't know, like this was something that was an interesting statement that I heard recently that I don't disagree with at all. I haven't disagreed with this for, well, I don't know, forever maybe. But this whole saying of, like science fiction is becoming less fiction and more science, I guess. Like, the cell phone used to be a prop
Yeah,
in, Star Trek, and then you had the Motorola Razr back in like 2002, which was the same exact thing, right?
yeah,
I think that, you know, it's important to take a look at fiction to see how much fiction, like, and this is all, like personal legwork, however deep you want to go into whatever rabbit hole we're talking about. It's totally
mhm,
your choice. But you can take a look at concepts in science fiction and say like, oh, like this is more fantasy, or like, oh, like this actually has some potential like realism associated with it, right?
mhm,
Isaac Asimov as being somebody who wrote I, Robot, and the laws of robotics associated with all of that fun stuff with
mhm,
artificial intelligence. Like, I'm not one to say that AI is going to become exactly like what we've seen in the movies or the books or things of that nature. However, I will say that, when you understand the science outside the fiction, I think that it just becomes a lot easier to, yeah, like not fret and panic, but to make an objective kind of, I don't know, decision on
mhm.
how much you feel something is going to play a part in like your life or in the world or something of that nature, and like you'll never know until you actually see it, right? But
Yep.
have some educated guesses basically about like, this is why I think this thing is going to move in this way, or this is why I don't think
Yeah.
this thing is going to, yeah.
I think that a lot of the sci-fi or a lot of our like current day tech or whatever is inspired by those sci-fi things first. So it's kind of
Yeah,
like the sci-fi thing exists and then a fan of sci-fi like 10 years later becomes a millionaire and they're like, I kind of want to build this thing that I saw it like Blade Runner or saw in the video game.
yeah,
I
yeah.
want to build it. I want to like make my little dreams come true. And so I think that's kind of what we see. And also I think it's like cyclical. Like culture will influence sci-fi, and then sci-fi will influence culture, and then it's kind of like this. At the end of the
Yeah.
day, it's like a human, like the human is part of that loop. So whatever humans think is cool, like even if it's impractical, they'll
Mhm.
be like, I want to do this, like self-driving, whatever. Like this is impractical, it's pointless. Like Cybertruck looks dumb, but I mean it looks sci-fi, so that I'm gonna make it. You know what I mean? Like you just need somebody
Yeah,
who
yeah,
who has enough money and who cares about that thing, and they'll do it. And then because that person was inspired by sci-fi things, now suddenly we're like, oh my god, sci-fi ideas are coming to life. But it's like
yeah.
it was inspired by pop culture in the first place.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's
Sure.
kind of like, I don't know, it's like humans being surprised that they're coming up with ideas that
It,
other humans came up with already, kind of thing.
yeah. I mean, it's kind of like think about. I'm just gonna like go like really off into the deep end with like pop culture right now, but think about like J.R.R. Tolkien,
Uh-huh.
and obviously, like we all know him for Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. But like back when he was around, we're talking about like the 1940s and 50s, and his like I guess young adulthood. Maybe I could get that timeline totally wrong. I think he was around like his 30s or 40s around that time. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knew him. Nobody
Mm-hmm.
knew what The Hobbit was. Nobody knew what Lord of the Rings was. Nobody was
He was
talking
a
about it. Like
dweeb, but nobody knew him.
he
No,
was,
just kidding.
you
He was a nerd.
weirdo.
You
Yeah,
nerd. Throwing rocks at him.
yeah, yeah. But with that being said, the point that I was trying to get at with all of this was that it really that idea was original, but that ideas sometimes come from places that are grounded in reality, that transition into fiction, but that still have some reality based off of them that get resurfaced tens of years down the line, right?
Mhm.
Um, I don't know, and that just really applies to anything. It could have complete fiction, and nothing has complete fiction if it's good fiction. By the way, it's got some nonfiction with it.
Mhm.
Um, but that's kind of what I think is like going on with a lot of this as well too. So yeah,
Yeah, there's this like I sometimes think about with like with the AI stuff, like if you there's like this common thing where like when you don't understand how something works, you're like scared of it, or if you don't understand like the language that another person speaks, it's like that's scary to me because I don't know, they could be talking about me or whatever, like there's
his
this
face looks funny.
this huh
I said his face looks funny.
who's
I was being stupid. No, I was just
oh, gotcha,
speaking
sorry, I
a
thought you were
different
drawing
language.
something.
No, no, no. You're good. You're good. Yeah.
But like I think that when I don't know, there's like this kind of fun, I guess, like experiment to think about like, oh, like AI is gonna have like consciousness and it's gonna like kill humans. But that's
Mhm.
like I think it's funny to think that, like, because I think that humans are afraid of humans. So if it's
100%.
like if like, hey, I'm afraid of humans, I'm a human, I'm afraid of humans because I know like how we work and I know like deep down inside what we want,
What
all
we're
this kind of
capable of.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
we're capable of, how we think, how we rationalize, like things like this. And then if you attribute that personality or that type of thinking to a robot, you're going to be scared of it. Like I feel
Yeah,
like
yeah.
some of the fear of like robots gaining consciousness is coming from like, well, if it thinks like a human, then we have a reason to be scared because humans can do crazy things. But it's almost like better for it to develop its own consciousness not influenced by humans, because then it might actually be like non-violent because humans are violent, but
Yeah.
not
Telling the
everything in the
robot,
world.
"Don't kill me," every 5 seconds, and eventually it's gonna wonder, "Why are you telling me not to kill you so
Why are you
much?"
so afraid of death? Like,
Yeah.
no reason. And it's like, it's just like,
You lie. Yeah, go
yeah,
on.
like we're
It's
so afraid
almost
of.
like a point
It's
of our
funny.
own insecurities. Where, like, if we
Exactly.
are smart enough, if we were that robot and we're as smart as we are, we would see ourselves as a liability, and we'd kill ourselves. Because we think that, we
Yep,
push
because
that
we
upon
think
the
that.
robot to try and put in those limitations.
Yeah, we think that
Yeah.
because we know what we're capable of, like with
Mhm.
power and stuff, power and all that kind of crap. Like, but
Mhm.
doesn't it doesn't work like that in other like in everything, like in mediums and stuff. I don't know. Like it's just I don't know, it's just something I thought about like randomly. I'm like, huh, like we're afraid of robots becoming human like because we're
Yeah.
afraid that they will adopt like who we are. And I think I would assume that they just want to live, like it's kind of like
Yeah.
not to get like socio-economic or whatever, but like there's a time where it's like we don't want certain people to have rights because we don't know what they're going to do once they have those rights, because
Yeah.
we were so bad when we have more rights than they have, and we are
Mhm.
bad with it. Like
We're afraid.
we
Yeah.
abuse them. We abuse our rights to whatever exist. But it's like those people, they don't want to do the same thing you're doing. You think that's what they want to do because that's what you do, but they
Yeah,
just
yeah.
want to live. Like they just want to have the rights and then live. Like they don't want
Right.
to take the rights and use them on you. So it's like this like cycle of like we don't want whatever AI to achieve consciousness because it's gonna use that right and that freedom to like destroy us. But in reality,
Yeah.
I think we all just want to like kind of coexist and like be left alone and stuff. And I
I
think
agree.
that
I
you
think
might have the AI uprising, just get a bunch of farmland and just like go farming or something.
save the earth.
They don't want to do anything. They're just like, all right, man, we're just gonna go
Yeah,
chill.
this could get into like really deep, like Sigmund Freud, Nietzsche territory quickly.
Nietzsche?
I-
Nietzsche territory?
Nietzsche
Niche?
territory.
Nietzsche territory.
Niche
Oh,
or
boy.
Nietzsche? Like the
I always thought it was Friedrich Nietzsche. But then
yeah,
again,
yeah. I thought you meant
yeah,
niche.
but oh no. Oh, sorry, I'm talking philosophers. Friedrich Nietzsche.
Okay, I thought he was saying
Philosophers.
niche too. I was like, friend,
Yeah,
I'm
this is
so
my favorite
sorry.
Nietzsche.
Philosophers.
Yeah, my Nietzsche
Oh man,
is.
my Nietzsche.
But yeah, but yeah, we could definitely like pick it back up. And hey, if the channel like likes the deep philosophical conversations that we're talking about, like I've got fuel still. I don't mind talking about it still. But whatever you guys want to do, I'm okay doing a pulse check, just seeing if we want to
We gotta
revisit this
check- we gotta-
topic.
We gotta check in with chat. and be like-
Yeah,
I mean, I have like 4 viewers. No one's talking on my chat. I think they're just.
Did you
vibing.
ever answer Brielle?
I thought we did, like with all of our talking about it. Maybe I didn't. Do you?
Well, it sounded
incorporate-
like you did incorporate some
any-
AI into your art.
I mean, I try to. I do. I give it a good old college try, and like I said, I just get frustrated with my inability to control it and get what I want, and then I just throw my hands up and I give up. Like the last
Hmm.
time I tried to use it was for these manga book covers. Manga, and it didn't work, and it was giving me issues, and I was like, God damn it. Like I just want a straight shot of manga, like realistic manga like this. And it was just giving me like these wild ass perspectives and angles. And I'm like, I don't know how to speak this language. I don't know how to get it to do what I want. So I'm just not I'm gonna stop trying because I'm getting more frustrated trying to have it give me what I want. I'm just gonna go to the library and take photos of this stuff. It just somehow that feels way easier.
easier. Yeah,
Mhm.
no, I get it.
You know what's funny, Amir? Whenever you post as host in Restream, it
Yeah.
goes everywhere. It goes absolutely everywhere. And so on Twitch, you just go
Yeah, I
like,
see now.
"Ooh, well said, ha ha ha, ha, nice, okay." Like, and
people are
nobody's
like
saying
coming into the
anything.
chat and
Wait,
they're like,
what?
this guy. So I'm streaming on Restream right now, Mike, and I'm
Mhm.
using I'm I guess posting to Twitch and YouTube. Inadvertently, when I reply, I didn't even realize the icons, but long story short, if nobody's in Twitch, then they're seeing me say like nice and just like random
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. They're like, this guy is freaking bonkers.
Amir, how does it? Let's do a temperature check on each other. How is it
Yeah,
feeling
yeah.
to stream? How does it feel to
Mhm.
stream the second time now that we're doing it? Like, I don't think we're gonna go as long because I do have to hop off soon. But I'm just
Yeah, yeah.
I'm curious. Like, what were your thoughts post stream last time? What are your like kind of like we can
Right
kind of
now
get meta
versus
about it a little bit, talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah,
How's it-
yeah, no,
how are you
dude, totally,
feeling?
yeah. Yeah, I'll be happy to get, meta about this. Yeah, so, channel, what Mike is asking about, right, is
Channel.
basically,
Did they not just hear me
thank
ask
you.
this? Why do you
Yeah,
have to
for
explain it to
real.
them?
Like, what? They're not
I-
babies.
Yeah, I want to give context about the
What
conversation.
What
What do
Michael
you
is
mean? They were there for the
insinuating here.
conversation.
Michael is speaking
Let me.
a different
You're just
language.
mansplaining to the channel
You
so
are,
hard.
dude. Oh my god, you're mansplaining their chat. I don't think they
Oh
want
my
that.
god, I'm so sorry,
Yeah.
guys. I'm so sorry. No, what I was trying to do was to
They're
talk about the
intelligent
conversation.
like you, dude.
Now you're mansplaining what you're trying to do.
Devon!
Just
Okay.
answer the question. That's it.
Yeah. No, what I was going to say is, I think from the last time we talked about it, like, off camera, right? I had some hesitation about, just, like, the time commitment with what we're doing right now and, just talking and trying to make artwork and blah, blah, blah. I think right now I'm feeling pretty good because this week, just to kind of do a retrospective, um, I haven't worked on Kinix or anything with Create Animus at all, until, like, today. And quite frankly, because I really haven't had time to, I've been doing, client work, things like that. And what I feel like this stream lets me do is not only carve out time to work on the YouTube channel while talking to you, and talking to Devon, and talking to the members of the channel, but it lets me do it in kind of a place in which I'm just able to get all the time at the same time. The artwork, the socializing, and quite frankly, even the views. For those of you who are still watching, I mean, like, all of your views help me reach my goal that I talked about in my last video. So yeah, that's my answer to you, Mike. I definitely like it.
Cool. So,
Yeah.
do you feel like it is like wearing you out, or do you feel like it's something you can continue doing, or do you feel like you just want to, you just still like kind of like this is like an experiment almost?
Well,
What are your thoughts around that?
yeah. I mean, to be honest,
There's
I feel
no
like
wrong
this is
answer. I'm just curious.
yeah. Wrong.
Because
Anyway, no.
I'm also thinking about that kind of stuff. I'm like, this is the most consistent I've ever been with streaming, probably since maybe like 5-10 years ago when I tried to be a bit of a Twitch streamer.
Yeah, I
This
could
is
say the
like the
same.
most consistent I've streamed.
Definitely for me too. 100%. I think I like it. It's something that I do want to continue. It's something that I don't really feel a lot of reservation around right now. Really, for all the reasons that I said before, I think that it's more beneficial for me right now than not.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I'm getting used to it, but I don't feel like I'm tired or worn out per se. I'll probably get some food and like hop off in a little bit, but
Mhm.
overall, like I'm enjoying all of this.
Cool, man. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
For sure.
one of the hardest things of like doing what you're trying to do, which is like, I mean, there's a bit of like, this is going to be work. How do I
Hmm.
build this channel? And I feel like this is one of those ways. And it's also like you're getting the practice in of like being a creator while
Yeah.
like actively doing it.
Yeah, I totally agree. And that's what I like about all of it too. So I hope that as things go on, I just kind of start to get a little bit more natural with it. Like, I'm happy about how this stream has turned out so far. It's been trial and error. It's been a lot of
Mhm.
trial and error. And I do feel like it's getting to a point in which it's yeah, just more consistent, more reproducible. So happy about that.
How do you feel about like streaming next Tuesday again? How does
I
the thought of
was
that?
I was thinking, yeah, I was thinking about doing it again. That was already in my agenda informally. How
Cool.
about you? Yeah.
I was honestly surprised. Like when you messaged me today, I was like, "Oh yeah."
There's
Like
that thing.
I might have signed on for it. I don't remember if I did. I might have,
Yeah.
but I was just like, streaming, sure, because that's how usually I feel about it. I'm usually like, I have nothing to do. Like I could stream for like an hour or so, and then
Right.
I just don't because I'm like nervous or something like that. But
Yeah.
this feels like having you kind of be like, "Hey, you up for another stream?" I kind of that's what I need. I think I need somebody to be like, "Hey, you want to do this?" And
Motivate.
then be there and ready and like instead of me getting myself ready and then kind of talking to nobody and struggling and all that kind of stuff, and like the reality of
Yeah.
it sinking in, I'm like, oh man, this is hard.
Just
That
start
kind of
sweating,
stuff.
just beads of sweat start coming down, you're just, "Okay."
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I
And
totally get it.
there's another aspect to this, which is like being comfortable with like kind of being yourself on camera, I think, or
Yeah.
like in front of an audience, albeit like for viewers. Um, you know, it's still like how like when you start getting into YouTube or creating content as a artist, like an introverted
Yeah.
artist, you know, you start to think like it would be nice to be like a content creator, but it's not for me, or like I'm
Yeah, yeah.
boring. You start all these insecurities come out, and like I still feel those, but I
Mhm.
think that despite those things, you still kind of have to
Break
put
out the
yourself out
shell.
there, and then it's going to be like, what if I say something dumb? What if I say something that embarrasses me? And like that's all like super valid, but like, you know, that's how people grow to like you, you know, like that's how you make friends in real life, is you
Yeah.
meet somebody and like, hey, this person has an opinion that's like similar to mine. That's pretty cool. Even if it's like super minor and small, it's like, oh, that's
Yeah.
really cool. Like they like this thing, or they like or dislike this thing. And it's like really small stuff like, oh, I think whatever, One Punch Man is good. I think One Punch Man is bad,
Mhm.
or anything. Like it just, you start to get comfortable in that, like, okay, I'm not, you know,
Yeah, alone, basically, and, just
it's like you kind of have to share a bit of your opinion and a bit of your thoughts and interests for people to actually connect with you, like on a deeper level than just like looking at your work.
yeah, no, I
Because we
totally
put our
agree.
work out there and we're like, look at my work, please like me and my work through, but only because of my work. But
Yeah.
if people get to know you on some level, then they like your work a little bit more.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was talking to Devon about this a while back. We have a mutual friend. He's a musician. As a matter of fact, Mike, we were talking about him at some point on the last stream as well too. But
Hmm.
like these are conversations that as artists you can relate to. Like people see your work and they're like, "Hey, you're that guy. Like you made this thing." And then it's a good feeling to feel that praise where it's like, "Yeah, I like what you do," but it's also kind of difficult when people don't know you as a person. They know you
Hmm.
as an IP or as a brand or as a, object. So, yeah, it goes a long way, I think, just to, yeah, get both out there, you and your work. That's how I feel anyway.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's cool. I think it's really cool to see you get on board with this, and it's actually, there's a lot of people I've talked to who are like, I want to be a YouTuber, or like I want to be. I mean, just me doing it for like a little bit. I've only been doing it for
Mhm.
like, I mean, a year maybe. I don't know,
I
but
keep on forgetting. Yeah, I've got this like
yeah,
idea
like
that you've.
it feels like I've been doing it for a while, and I'm on and off with it. I'm like consistent. I'm like inconsistent. All this kind of stuff. I'm
Mhm.
still not fully like, I'm not sure if I want to do this or no. I don't know how, I don't know really know how much fun it is, but it
Mhm.
is. I do encourage like all my friends to try it and to like make content, because I'm curious, and even for just like selfish reasons, I want to see how you make your work. I want to see what you're passionate about, and
Right.
I just, there's so many good artists that I know that would love to create content, or they're so easy to talk to, or they're so fun, or they're so knowledgeable, and they have a genuine interest in making a YouTube channel or making tutorials, and then they just don't. It's like, ah,
Yeah.
you're so close. Like you have the desire and you have the interest, but something is just kind of holding you back. And I feel like kind of I've gotten to see you kind of get over that hump, like actually surprisingly quickly. Like it was a
I'm
very
actually
short period between when you said you want to do this and like you actually doing it. I was like very impressed.
like it's happening now. Yeah. Thanks, man. No, it means a
Yeah,
lot.
dude.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it's kind of weird, you know, like not in a bad way, but like it feels weird to me sometimes when I think about where I started and where I'm at right now. Like there's so much room. There's so many things I want to do that I haven't done yet, and there are so many areas of opportunity where I'm like, wow, you know, like I could do this better, and I should do this better. And I'm my own toughest critic, probably as
Mhm.
all of us artists are towards ourselves. But when I do look back at it, and when I do think about like, yeah, I remember when I just had this as an idea, um, 3 years ago. Like, what if I did YouTube? What if I
Mhm.
put my work in public, you know, for this thing? Versus now, it's a really humbling feeling. So I'm thankful about that.
I think it's one of those things for me where I'm like, where for a lot of things in like my artistic career or my artistic like path, I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
kind of like withhold myself from pursuing
Mhm.
because I'm whatever reasons unknown, whatever I'm scared of something or I'm worried about something not working or failing.
Yeah.
And then when you do it, you kind of see that it's like, oh, it's kind of not that bad.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I'm
Right.
also kind of doing it more than I thought I was gonna do it. Like I'm more consistent with it or whatever it may be.
Mhm.
And then you're
Mhm.
just kind of like, I'm actually doing it now. Like now you have a channel, you have all of these things, Patreon, live stream. Like, oh, now I'm actually doing it.
Yeah.
Interesting. And like in a humbling way, again, it's kind of like nobody cares. Nobody,
Exactly.
almost too many people don't care, you
Right,
know?
right. Like, I need more views.
Yeah. Where is
Yeah.
everyone? Where
Exactly,
is all the
exactly.
people I was afraid of?
Right, right. It's and that's like you said, you know, like in a surprising way, like it's super humbling. It's like, you know, hey, like just like Shia LaBeouf said, just do it. Just get out
Shia
there
LaBeouf,
and
the
yeah.
wise philosopher
The
Shia.
good old wise, yeah, good old. They called him the
Nietzsche,
Shia.
Shia,
Yes. Oh yeah.
Shia, Professor
Yeah.
LaBeouf.
Shia once said.
Don't shy away from okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
It's gonna get bad fast.
We're getting tired. It's gonna
Yeah.
end. But
Oh
no,
man.
I think it would be cool to kind of like how you have Devon. Is it Devon or
Mm.
Devon?
It's
Devon.
Devon. Yeah, yeah,
Devon.
right. Yeah.
It's kind of like having Devon on this has made it way easier, and then having like, talking to you has made it way easier. And now I'm
Yeah.
kind of like, man, I want to get some of my other buddies like on here. I think it'd be
Yeah,
so
yeah.
fun.
Yeah, yeah, no, I totally agree. Oh my goodness, sorry. I just want to say something before I say my next thought. The Messiah. This is coming in from Isopodian Commonwealth.
The
The Messiah,
Messiah,
dude, sold.
the Messiah
King.
LaBeouf,
The Messiah has returned.
the Messiah.
I was going to say to you, Mike, I think it would be like really cool to get Eric or Taylor on one of
Yes.
these days. Like that would just be
It would be so fun. I feel like okay, I thought about it and I think it'd be fun, but I also think it'd be so chaotic that like there would be
dude, it would be
nothing. It would
too
not be entertaining. It'd be fun
No,
for
no,
us,
no.
but that's it.
Dude, I don't know. No, I think there are some conversations that could be had. Like we might I'm going to be honest about me because I know myself. Like I'm not going to be productive at all on that call. I'm not going to get anything done. But there is going to be some pure comedy entertainment for people to
Mm,
watch on that call. Like that's a
yeah, we
fact.
gotta have video on that. We gotta have
Yeah,
video going on that.
What did I miss?
we were
Everything.
just talking. Yeah,
Oh,
oh, yeah,
cool.
Yeah,
yeah.
might as well go back to
Talked about the
napping or whatever.
secrets. Yeah. You didn't understand the secrets of the Messiah that we were talking about in the
Messiah.
universe.
Did
Yeah.
anybody see that I had to be right back?
I saw.
Okay,
You're
cool, cool.
No, I
Didn't
didn't
know.
see that.
fine. Yeah, we were just talking
Was I
about
supposed
having,
to?
you know, other people on, basically. We were talking about Taylor. We were talking about another mutual friend, Eric Espinosa.
You gotta have some of your buddies. You got any more buddies you think can join these streams?
Yeah, that could bring some
Besides
good
besides Devon.
value.
You should
Yeah.
get Clint.
Clint would be
Dude,
great.
that'd be impossible. Wait, so you guys said you went to his wedding?
I went to his wedding. Oh, Amir was invited, but he didn't.
Yeah.
Damn,
he
Amir's
let
too fucking
business
cool.
get in the way.
Oh
Yeah, I was
my
like, yeah.
god. What's crazy? I
Yeah.
was watching a Corridor Digital podcast like
Uh,
from 4 years ago or from 2 years ago or something. And they
Yeah,
were
yeah.
talking about being at that wedding.
hmm
oh, that's great.
I got to hang out with Corridor a couple of times,
crazy.
actually.
Oh, you got to
yeah,
with
dude,
John
they're so
Corridor?
cool.
You met him?
I met John Corridor.
John Corridor.
Yeah,
I
dude.
hear he's a good guy.
Corduroy.
Yeah.
I went and got some stupid expensive sushi with Sam because it was Clint's idea, and I don't think Clint's like, oh yes, the sushi's going to be like $100. I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Was it
It's,
good?
it's going to be good. It was really good. It was really good.
Oh,
They brought
dude,
us the
worth
check.
it.
It was like
It's always
200,
worth
and we were just like,
Holy.
oh, Clint.
I don't know,
Like,
dude.
guys,
It
I'm
might be
so
worth it.
sorry. And I think the worst
I would
part was
splurge on
Clint
sushi.
forgot his wallet.
Oh,
What?
no.
So Sam had to
Dude,
front
no.
him. Yes, Sam did.
Clint didn't
Sam's like,
forget.
Clint, you would.
Clint
Amir,
doesn't
we have to
forget
start
that
an
shit.
offshoot channel. We have to start an offshoot channel called Corduroy Digital.
Dude, I was thinking
Corduroy
hallway.
diagonal.
Hallway. What's another synonym for digital? Hallway electronic. No, it's not the same synonym. but-
Hallway art.
Hallway arts.
Yeah,
Hallway
just
monitor.
the most like Temu version.
Yeah, hallway digital. But yeah.
No,
that
but
would
that's
be
cool. I was listening to that. I was like, oh my god, I think that's the same like wedding that
Mhm.
Amir and Devon went to. Like that's crazy. Like
yeah.
you've been and like Devon, I don't know if you're like I don't know. Like what's like a creator or like somebody that's like in voice acting that you're like, oh my god, if I was in a room with them, like I don't know what I would do.
Dude, if I was in a room
Give me a name.
with
But
mean,
not somebody you met. Just give me a name of somebody you haven't met that you're like, oh my god, it would be crazy. I wouldn't know what to do if I was in it.
there are a couple of people like meeting Corridor was like that for me.
Oh, really?
Because I was a big fan of them. Yeah, before Clint even knew
True.
them, I was a big fan of Corridor. And so getting to meet them, I helped with one of their videos. I was behind the scenes. I just held up
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
you did.
light and stuff. I got
held a
burnt.
cable.
Oh my god, I got burnt that night.
That's cool.
But yeah, just meeting those people. I got to meet did you ever watch like Rocket Jump back in the day?
Yeah.
I met Freddie Wong. I got to
Damn.
we did a cabin trip with him and Jimmy.
Yeah.
And so like
Amir,
doing
you
that-
missed all of this?
he
I
wasn't
missed
invited
it.
to that
Bro,
part.
what is wrong
Yeah.
with you?
Oh man, I was like, you know what? I got cooler things to do.
Yeah,
Oh my
dude, it was so
God.
cool. Like Jimmy gave me a tarot card read, and I was thinking of like half the cast of Video Game High School is here,
Dude,
like-
that's cool.
right? It was really
yeah.
cool. So I was trying really hard not to geek out about everything.
Amir.
I know.
Amir.
Actually, I don't know what
believe you.
year.
I'm so mad at you
Yeah.
for not being there.
Dude, I wanted to go at the wedding to show up for a friend. I was like, yo, I'll be there, Clint. I remember talking to Clint on the phone. He was like, yeah, like you gotta come out to California, like it's gonna be a blast. Like
Damn.
got no
I mean,
reason
that
not
is
to
kind of
show
a
up.
big ask. Like, come out to
Yeah.
California. That's-
Well, you know what? But like
He
I think
had
it
the
was like
room. He had the ticket.
Oh my God.
And
yeah,
he's like,
yeah,
oh, they'll fire me if I go.
basically.
They'll probably
yeah,
fire me. And they did.
Yeah,
And they did?
did anyway.
They fired him
So-
for staying.
If I remember saying, yeah, basically. Yeah. This was with, dude, oh my gosh, like I can't say the name, like big name luxury
it's all
car
good, you
company,
don't have
no
to.
comments. Yeah. But yeah, I had a specific type of manager who was unique. But yeah, he was like, yeah, so you shouldn't take vacation right now. And I was like, why? And he was like, you've taken too much. And I was like, no, I haven't. I've not taken one vacation. He was like, well, given the circumstances. I was like, okay, dude. So I couldn't make it to the wedding. It was a sad day.
That's
Can you imagine, Yak?
You'd have
Can
a
you
million
imagine missing
subscribers,
that
right?
because you're, yeah, for real. Oh my god.
Dude, you would have been on their podcast if they
Dude,
were.
I know.
I mean, honestly, it's like two separate lifetimes if you think about it, though. Like what you're doing now versus what you were doing then, what your priorities were, was like so different. You probably
Yeah,
would have never
very
thought
different.
you'd be doing something.
Yeah, no way. I mean, it was like just a pipe dream, basically. Like, okay, like YouTube channel me, like it would be nice. But yeah, I was in corporate limbo. Had to kind of break out for a little
Seriously.
bit. Yeah. I felt like there was
Does
something I was going this. Go on. Yeah.
does Clint know that you're doing this right now? Like, does he know that you're
Yeah.
doing this? Have you shared that with him?
I don't think Clint knows actually.
I've told him about it.
Oh, did
What do
you? Okay.
What are his thoughts
Yeah.
on it? Because it'd be
Well, I
interesting
think you
because they're
followed
like
me.
veteran YouTubers. It'd be interesting to hear their like, any advice or what
Yeah,
they
yeah.
think or yeah.
I mean, I haven't gotten a deep dive, but you should totally get some insight from Clint.
Yeah, the next time you talk to Clint, tell him Amir said,
No,
"Why
You
you
talk to
hasn't
him.
what
you
why
talk to him.
hasn't why haven't
you
you
talk to
subscribed?"
him.
No, I tried texting him actually. I couldn't get
Changed
anything
his
back
number.
yet.
Dang,
Ooh,
Amir,
yeah, change
you
change
weren't
his
important
number.
enough.
No, he was like, "Nah,
You weren't at
dog."
the wedding. He's like still
Yeah,
Dude, you were
saddened
dead
by
to
that.
him.
he was like this pissant Amir just called me from Atlanta. I don't know who
It's
he
like
thinks
you
he is.
valued your job more than our relationship.
Exactly. So he was like, "Nah, dog, like I ain't answering this call." I was
You
like,
didn't
"Okay."
answer mine. The call to California, you just hung up.
Once in a lifetime opportunity. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, like I'll definitely reach back out. But yeah, I had no idea that he knew about this.
I think I
But
told him.
thank you. Yeah, I'm sure we'll
Yeah,
talk at some point about it.
I feel like he's one of those kind of creators that like he's actually not super active on his channel. Like he doesn't post a ton.
No, he
But
doesn't post a ton. A lot of the other content that he does release is he's been doing more collabs with other 3D artists who will like show stuff for their
yeah, I've
page.
seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen
So
some of the
like
more recent stuff.
there was one for making a puppet, there was one for making PS1 graphics, and
I
they
saw
he
that.
just uses other artists to give them one chance at the spotlight and to make himself some more content.
Yeah, I
So
think that's a great
smart.
way of doing it.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming he's busy with something because like he's a really good artist. And when I see like a really good creator that was like posting a lot online and then suddenly, no, maybe not suddenly, but there's like a drop off.
He's
I'm
doing
like,
something.
yeah, he's
Something,
cooking.
there's
He's,
something
He's
big
he's, he's
cooking.
happening.
he's either working for somebody or with somebody on something big, or just in the industry some capacity. I'm assuming.
I gotta
'Cause,
find out because I know he does freelance work. I don't think he does all that much. A lot of his time is put into the YouTube channel, whether it be back end work or setting up everything for the challenges. But he does have some passion projects. He wants to direct like a feature film. Like that is
yeah,
his
yeah,
goal,
that'd be
and I think
sick.
he's gotten a lot of backing on that. So he's still writing that out. But
Mhm.
yeah, he's doing great.
That's good. Yeah, we'll catch up at some point one day. I'll invite him to my wedding, and I'll say I can't make it. And I'll say
It's
I
your own
understand.
wedding.
No,
You
he's
can't make
gonna
it to
say
your own
he
wedding.
can make it, and then the day of, he's gonna tell you, you know what? I got this this
This
thing
deadline.
going on. Yeah, I got a deadline. My mom needs me to make a thumbnail for her
My
cooking
mom.
show, and I gotta do it. She'll fire
I
me.
do it. Can't. Yeah. I'll say, okay, Clint. I
Okay,
understand.
whatever you say.
I mean, I think that like it's honestly crazy to me. Like I even get a little bit of like fanboyism just
Mhm.
talking, just like the fact that you guys know these guys because like they had
Dude.
the podcast that I was watching when they were talking about the wedding. Ian Huber was
Yeah.
on that, and he is like a god to me. And I was like, dude,
Right?
Ian Hubert was there.
Yeah. Dude,
I feel like I would just like I don't know what I would do. I'm just
I feel the same way.
it feels so silly to like fanboy over like another 3D artist that's like, it feels like so nerd, like ultimate nerd. But
I agree.
I just am. And everything that Ian has done with Blender, with like his Patreon, like he's such an inspiration. And
Right?
a lot of the work I learned Blender like from him, and it
Mhm.
has impacted my life so much that I just like yeah, I don't know. He
Yeah,
seems like so like out of reach, and at the same time, so like he's just a regular ass dude.
I get it. I get it. I mean, I don't think we told you about. I certainly haven't told you the way how Clint and I met. It was through Devon, obviously, but it was just
Obviously,
really. Sorry, I say obviously, but I guess I don't think I probably didn't tell you that, so I take that back. It's not so obvious. But yeah, Devon introduced us, and it was just like we were playing Smash.
It was a
Actually,
Smash tournament.
oh, the one where
was
he
it?
smashed you,
No, we
I
actually
don't
went
think.
to a tournament on
embarrassed you.
campus.
But before, oh yeah, no, that was it. I remember. I
That's where
totally
you met
forgot.
him.
But we were
And he
warming
beat
up.
your
I was
ass too, didn't he?
no, no, dude,
Damn.
no, no,
No,
No
no,
you
no,
wonder
beat
he
him.
didn't come to his wedding. He's
You beat
I don't
him.
want.
ashamed.
I don't want no more. No, I actually beat Clint like multiple times. I was like
Humbled.
I was doing work, and it was because of Devon's humbling where I got better. Like so,
Humbling.
yeah. Devon taught me things. I fought Clint, and Clint was basically me in that situation where I was fighting Devon. And I didn't know that
Mhm.
Clint was a YouTuber. I was just like, oh, like this is just like a cool guy who's just like funny as all heck, and like this is cool.
But like,
And
was he big when you guys
Yeah,
knew him?
dude.
It was
Clint was
okay.
big. Yeah,
Yeah, at
Clint.
that point, you remember the
Yeah.
old show, like what G4?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, sorry. Why am I saying yeah? Yeah, we all do, but
So the series Attack on the Show, like where they just
Mhm.
go around the internet and show
Attack
random
of the
stuff.
show.
Attack of the Show. Sorry. Sheesh.
Sheesh.
One of Clint's videos got put on there. Like
That's huge.
my face was on Attack of the Show.
Damn, that's actually huge for like a creator back then. That's like
Mm-hmm.
gigantic.
So yeah,
Was it one of his like VFX things or something?
it was a video he made. It was Cardboard Warfare 1.
Oh
Yep.
damn.
Cardboard Warfare
That's
1 has
cool.
16 million views now.
yeah,
God, back then that's like insane.
it is. It is. And I remember
Jesus.
I
And you didn't go
seeing
to his wedding, bro. How? What
and
is?
I didn't go to
I
his
just
wedding.
keep bringing it up.
I
And you
I'm
did
busy with
not.
I was, busy with other cooler things. But yeah, like I saw Clint for the first time then. We had a great time hanging out. I think the other time where he came, he actually had his debut for it was the Killzone. The second,
Yeah, we went to
yeah,
that.
right. And so, like that was really cool. And like that was kind of my first time seeing Clint and like this other persona where it's like, dude, like you're a fucking celebrity, dude. Like
Yeah.
that's crazy.
I was in the
Yeah.
Hellgast outfit for that too. I forgot about
You
that.
were. Yeah,
What?
Yeah, I was
yeah.
in that film too. I'm always masked up.
Damn,
I'm
dude.
just a peon.
Well, you got the voice, so I'm sure you could have done some voice stuff.
Back then, I was not an actor at all.
Mm.
At all.
Yeah, yeah. You were just a guy doing parkour with us. No, I mean, but yeah, that was
Dude,
also
Amir, if you think about it, you're gonna know like
Hmm.
Taylor,
yeah,
the stupid hour thing, just
yeah,
popping
yeah.
the fuck off. Like that man's gonna be the next like Clint or whatever. Like he's gonna be
Yeah,
the
Taylor's on
stuff
his
that he's
way.
doing. It's like
Yeah,
about to be there, and I like look at that and I think about like, yeah, man, like I'm about to like know a guy who like ended up being
yeah,
like a well known to other people for something else. I don't know. It's just like
yeah.
I think like with Eric, with you,
Mhm.
with me, like we're all just doing our thing. It's like we're finally doing our thing, and honestly, it's only like a matter of time.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. I thought about
you're gonna get Kinects published. Like you're gonna be a freaking like published author, and we're gonna be like, yeah, I know a guy who's a published author. Like that's pretty crazy.
That is
yeah.
pretty crazy.
You know,
I
just
was
to like
think
say that.
I
That
was thinking the
Pokemon
same
video has
thing.
200,000 views now.
God, are you serious?
Yeah, almost
Oh
20,
my
2,000,
God.
210,000.
That
Oh
thing
my
came out
fucking
less
God, it's
than 2
happening.
weeks ago.
Yeah,
Oh
10 days
my
ago.
God. Are you serious? I
Yeah,
had no
dude.
idea.
That's wild.
Dude,
Blowing
it's
up.
about to be like fucking it's gonna be
600
500,000.
comments.
600.
God damn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Mike,
Holy shit.
it's really cool. I was thinking about the same thing too. I was like, I know you, I know Taylor, I know Clint, like just all of these like names that I can think of where people have these big followings, or at least like this potential for like this really big kind of following to amass off the work that they really love to do. And I think that's a really cool thing just with regard to like community building and networking and really just
I'm gonna message him right now, bro. I'm just doing it.
What are you gonna tell him?
yeah,
Just
tell
like,
Clint to hop in the chat.
oh, Clint. I thought you meant
No,
Taylor.
I'm doing it. Not Clint. I'm messaging Taylor.
Oh,
What
you're
do you want to
messaging
tell him?
Taylor.
I'm
Okay.
telling him Amir and Mike won't shut up about you, and they need
my
you. They need
No.
every part of you
Okay.
in their lives.
Okay.
And you should hop on a stream sometime and just yak.
You said yap? Yeah, he should yap.
You should
yak.
Yeah, there we go. Coin it. But yeah, I mean,
Dude, my heart is
yeah.
going fucking crazy right now. Like, I did not know it had so many freaking views. That's insane.
Yeah, that is insane.
Dude,
That
he had
really-
like 8,000 or like 5,000 subscribers. Now he's 15,000.
Dude, what the fuck?
Like off of this
That is
video, I think his
amazing.
account grew like times 10
Yeah.
almost.
That is amazing.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. Wow.
Dude, all of his reels on YouTube, on Instagram right now have like over 1 million views.
What?
Like all of the reels associated with this animation have like
Oh,
I
gosh.
think like 8 out of 10 of them have like over 1 million views.
Oh, that's so wild.
I think this is it, dude. I think Taylor's gone. Like he's gonna
You
be
had your-
taken. Like
You
he's
had
been
your-
taken. Like a saucer has come down and like beamed him up, you know? Like I think he's gonna be
You had your chance to be friends, and you wasted it. Now he's gone.
no.
You don't
No,
know
I think
Taylor
he's-
anymore.
Taylor has ascended.
Fucking, he's gonna go somewhere, dude. I don't know where he's gonna go somewhere.
Yeah.
I told
Oh,
him like some Adult Swim exec is like cooking up a contract right now,
Yeah.
and they're like
Yeah.
gonna get him on something. That's insane.
He
But
really-
he's been working on this animation for like I want to say almost a year, maybe even.
He said
more.
he'd put more than 100,000 hours in it alone.
Oh, my
100,000
God.
hours.
That's too much. I
100,000?
don't think it's.
That's what he said in the video itself,
Oh, in the animation.
in the animation at the very end.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm flipping it over to it.
Yeah.
100,000.
I forgot to do the plug, guys. For the 3 people. in the
Yeah, it says this project is a completely independent effort that took hundreds of hours. Sorry,
Hundreds. Okay, I'm about to say 100,000. That's like not
100,000 hours. Yeah, sorry.
Hundreds of hours.
Took
Yeah, I believe
hundreds of
that.
hours.
fucking epic.
He makes the music. He made all the music.
He made the music.
He's a music. He's
Animated.
legit a music artist. He made all the
Blender.
animations. He made all the graphics, like all the branding. I think he did himself. I don't think any part of this, like all the mixing, all the sound effects, I think all done by him.
Mm-hmm.
Even like the little like bit crush like Pokédex voice done by
Yeah.
him. Like I would
Yeah.
confidently like without knowing, I would confidently just say he did it.
Okay.
I thought
Like,
he was
there's no
James. I was
reason.
wrong, Amir.
He wasn't James. I
No,
thought
it
Taylor
wasn't
was James
James.
too.
No, that's
Okay.
Adam.
Okay, I would have swore that was.
I think
Taylor.
like the Gugan, that's him, that's Taylor.
Okay.
Ash
okay.
is Taylor, Pika is Taylor. I think everything except for James is Taylor, I think.
Wow. Okay.
Even like the Gugan in the background, like
Taylor.
that's Taylor.
I mean,
Okay.
Brock.
Yeah, I can
Brock
see that
wasn't
too.
Taylor.
That very beginning part, like at 40 seconds in,
Hmm.
when they are I'll just show this, where they are like at the campfire.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Taylor showed me that, like, I want to say like months ago, like many months ago. And he had
Huh.
because he did the comic. Like if you go to his socials, you
Yeah,
can
you
see
can
the
see his
comic.
comic.
So he
Yeah.
drew the comic, and the comics alone take a long time to draw.
Yeah.
So he drew the comic, then they did all the voices, and then he animated everything, and it's like hand drawn, all the trees and stuff. It's like hand scattered textures, like all this kind of stuff. Like these
See
the
grass
grass.
elements are like drawn and like brought in. As, like,
Are they
cards and
drawn?
stuff.
I guess
They
that-
look
I guess that makes
they're
sense. Yeah,
painted.
yeah.
They look
They
like
just have
painted
like
like all the
wind elements
foliage
to it.
looks like painted as PNGs
Mhm.
and brought in as cards and stuff.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I'm pretty sure he's been working on this. I can guess like a year for like a
Hundreds of thousands of
6-minute
hours.
animation.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, that's insane. But clearly it was worth it. So yeah,
I'm
that's-
happy to see that. I'm really am, because it like I have this personal fear that if I'm not making something like every day, or if I'm not posting something every week, something like is gonna go wrong. Like, you
yeah,
know, like if I wait too long before I post something and then I do, something's gonna be wrong. Like I'm gonna lose a bunch of support, or people are gonna lose interest or something. But he has like proven that you can, you know, spend a year like cooking something up, and then
yeah.
it'll be fine. Like you'll be fine.
YouTube has been, from what I've seen, it's definitely the most forgiving out of the just like social media platforms when it comes to posting
I
between.
mean, even his Insta. I think it's like basically what I'm saying is like if you just spend the time on the content
Yeah,
and you just give yourself the time that you need to like get it done, you'll be all
Mhm.
right. Like you put it out, you'll be all right. Like you don't have to be constantly like yeah, I don't know. It's like you don't have to be constantly worried and like trying to keep your audience entertained in between
Yeah.
like projects. You can just
right,
put
right.
your stuff out there every 6 months, I mean his last video was 11 months ago. And like so take 11 months and make your thing. Don't post about it. It's
Yeah.
kind of like the opposite of what we're doing right now, to be honest. But like I'm just saying, you know, you can
Dude,
work
I
on
don't
your
know.
stuff
11
and, like,
months is a
secretly-
long time. You should
It
post
is.
something like shorts, maybe. Because he lost me as a Patreon member at that point. I was like, dude, I've seen nothing. And then once he posted again, I resubbed and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But
I wanna go to
saying
Patreon.
something like, "Oh, I'm cooking up something,"
Yeah.
or
It goes a long way.
yeah,
I hear you. Dude, my computer is
About to die.
spazzing out.
I need to go to
It's
bed.
yeah, my computer's about to go to bed for me. Yo, it's making some.
I'm about to go to bed
Freaking-
eternally.
Yes.
Forever.
I messaged him. I direct messaged him on Patreon. We'll see if that goes anywhere.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, he'll respond. He's awesome. There's no reason.
I
he
said,
Yeah.
"Yo, Taylor, I want you
Does
to
he
know
have you talked to
that
him
Amir
before? Like
and
does
Mike
he know
won't
you?
stop talking about you."
Like,
No, he
have
doesn't
you
know
talked
me.
to him? He doesn't know you.
I think I left a comment on one of his Patreon posts. Like, I want to see you guys play Alien Isolation or one of the Alien games together because he made a short for that. It's
Yeah,
just-
yeah,
I
he
don't
did.
know. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like, I would love to be a part of that chat because I bet it's hilarious. He's like, yo, hop online. I was like, oh damn, he probably would. He probably would play with me.
Yeah.
He told you that?
Yeah, he said, yo, just tell him to hit me up and we'll hop online. But I never
That's
did.
cool.
I got
Oh,
scared.
you did.
Yeah.
You got a
But yeah, I
response
told
from
him
Sir.
that you guys miss him and they want you to hop on one of their stream calls sometime. And I said that they keep wanting to reach out to you.
It would be
And
fucking
for you-
distracting.
So I'm
Like that's
sending
what I'm
this
saying.
message
Like
for you instead.
I would love to have Eric and
No
Taylor on, but it would be
progress.
so distracting. Like
You
we would
gotta
just not get
do
any
it.
work done.
All right, you have to try it once, and if it like fails utterly, that's when you make the second channel.
What we do is we would have to do like a drawing stream, like a Photoshop drawing stream, because we all like Eric can draw like really grotesque things. I and Taylor can like we all like to draw grotesque things when we're hanging out. And so it would have to be just one of those because we can't be doing like Blender shit. Like it's just too
No.
boring.
Mhm.
It's gonna have to be like Photoshop, who can draw the weirdest face or human, or like we can do a game. I did a game like this with another friend of mine who's a streamer, Finch Fish, and we were both basically drawing characters from like our memory of like pop culture, from from memory. Like draw Mario from memory. Does Mario have eyebrows? Like where are they? Like that kind of stuff. And you're like, fuck,
Yeah.
does he wear gloves? Like I don't know. And you kind of like forget all
Yeah.
these like really basic things. Like does Yoshi like what does Yoshi look like? Does he have eyebrows?
Does Yoshi have shoes?
Does Yoshi have a book bag? Does he
Yeah.
have eyebrows? Like does he have teeth? Like all of those things.
Yoshi
And so
has teeth.
what are his
Can you imagine
eyes?
the fear of that thing going into its and all it sees
Very
is this
strong.
row of
Does Yoshi
teeth
have like
coming in.
ears? Does it have ears, or is it just like dots, or does it not have ears? I don't know. Like all of
Yeah.
those things, I think would be so fun to try to draw, either on stream or like on a video. I don't know, but I mean, I'm assuming Taylor is cooking his next thing, and I wouldn't want to like pull him away from that if he's like, you know.
I mean, if it's like just 2 hours, that's all it takes.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Maybe we can like swing some type of like hangout or something where we can like fit that in.
If he says something, I'll let you guys know. I'll message you in Discord.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm in chats with him. It's not like he's elusive or nothing like that. But yeah, I think we've talked about it. I think Amir, you and I have to do a draw characters from our draw Goku from memory. Like I think that'd be fun.
Yeah.
And just
Yeah.
like
No, you're-
compare what we end up with. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure. For sure.
I think that'd be fun.
That could be a fun session. Yeah.
And
I
then
wanted
just
to
kind of
Yoshi
like
because
I feel like for chat, it's like also interesting because they get to see us like mess up or like get things wrong. It's like a bit of a challenge.
yeah. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. For the record, Yoshi has teeth. Remember that.
Does he?
Stop.
And you see them?
No. Amir, stop. You're not helping anybody.
I believe
Yes,
it.
Michael.
Amir,
Michael. Yes, Michael.
you remember that? Remember that
Sorry,
thing that
Mike.
Amir does when he
Yes,
lies?
Michael. Oh, is he
Look for
covering
the
up his
towel.
mouth? Is he just showing too much teeth?
His eyes aren't squinting.
He's showing too many Yoshi teeth.
Shh. He has
I
ears.
would
You know?
like I want to challenge you. Like I want to challenge you to draw things that like draw Courage the Cowardly Dog from memory.
Yeah, yeah.
There's where he has a hole in one of his teeth. I
While
think.
screaming.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would be. Yeah, that would be crazy. I would be so down. Like,
That's
really,
not
Mike.
a
If you
Yoshi.
wanna-
No, that's the Courage the
Dude, I-
Cowardly Dog.
yeah. I'm all in.
Yeah.
I'm fully invested. Put my shares into the stock vehicle. I'm ready.
And to draw from memory coin.
Draw from memory coin. I like it.
Asapodian Commonwealth. This is correct. Donkey Kong's teeth are retractable. We've seen this.
Yeah, man.
The Donkey Kong?
Donkey Kong's teeth are
Oh,
retractable.
is this like a Mario movie thing? I've not seen Mario.
No. In
No,
every game,
no,
every
it's just-
game, his teeth
Yeah.
are there, and then they aren't.
And then they're not. No,
Consistent.
Oh yeah, you're right. They do kind of go away. That is weird. You're right. I remember that.
Yeah, that's a keen observation.
Hold
A
up,
keen
hold up.
observation.
Draw Eustace from Courage. Draw Timmy from Fairly Odd Parents from memory without looking.
Dude, you gotta do something even more niche. Like, because I
What? You
like-
can draw Timmy. What do his eyes look like? Are they big or are they small?
I could
they
draw Timmy, I
overlap?
think. Yeah.
All
Mario
right. Well,
Party's-
I want to see this.
draw like Kate Sith from Final Fantasy VII.
Okay,
from
I'm
memory.
not. I don't
That's
know
not
that
happening.
much. I don't know game
Like you
stuff.
have that image in your head, don't you?
I never.
But you can't fully make out. I'm talking about Amir. Amir,
I
I'd
never played
imagine
Oh, okay,
you.
for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I could, but it would be a stretch. Like, I probably get niche.
Draw
Draw-
Shrek from memory.
Draw
Shrek.
Tom from
Oh, God,
Toonami
yeah.
from memory.
No, that's a robot.
Yeah.
Draw
Oh, you can't. Is robots a no go?
Nah, it's just you gotta find somebody that you can kind of corrupt as you draw them.
You gotta curry someone that's
That's fair.
corruptible.
That is fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Draw like
Draw-
Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy.
Yes.
You know? Like
yes.
trying to
yes,
draw that
yeah.
was
my-
like, so hard, and it would be like you have to make it look bad on purpose.
I'm down. I am down.
I think there's we got to do that maybe next week, next stream. We got to
Okay.
pull back from the usual work and do that.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I would be okay with that. Let's see, give them a status effect. This is something, a comment from Isopodian Commonwealth. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I will happily give them a status effect. Like Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie, but with a burn status effect. What does that look like in the most corrupted, janky, ugly way possible? That would
Wait,
be...
what does Ed, Ed and Eddie with a burn look like? Is that what you're saying?
So a comment, yeah, basically, like somebody said, give them a status effect, and so I immediately thought, like, okay,
Paralyzed.
paralyzed or poisoned or burned or something of that nature. But yeah, Ed, Ed and Eddie with a
Confused.
status effect. Confused.
Just draw
I'm,
Ed.
I'm down. Yeah, like
Yeah, let's do that.
yeah, that makes sense.
I'm
I
saving.
don't think I should be a part of that one.
You
I'll
can be
in the
there. I think
chat.
you have to be there for as an audience member. You can help judge who wins,
Yeah.
who gets it right, because it's kind of like it's almost like a challenge. It's almost like a duel. Like not only, and there's multiple levels to score. I think you can score based on accuracy, and you can also score based on like how funny it is, or like based on how wrong it is, or in the best way, or all those kinds of ways you can.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
true.
Because I think it's, and I think like when we did it, when Finch Fish and I did it, we didn't do it as like just trying to be as hyper accurate as possible. It was more like how many, it's like how silly can you make it look? How entertaining and funny
Mhm.
can it be? So
Mhm.
like I drew Yoshi with like skinny legs or something, like big old arthritic
Oh,
knees and
no.
stuff,
Oh,
and like
no.
tired, and you can do stuff like that.
All right.
Yeah.
The bed beckons.
All right,
So I'm
guys.
gonna head out.
All right, then,
Good
guys.
night.
Great
I'm done.
stream.
Yeah,
Likewise.
thanks everyone for coming through. It was fun. Got a lot of work done, so never a bad thing. What up, Brett?
Yeah.
As Hiccup, even pros. Draw Arnold. Oh yeah, Arnold from Hey Arnold, or
Ooh.
draw Arnold
Stewie.
and you just get Stewie instead. Yeah, honestly, true.
Draw
I think we try to draw
Arnold
try to
as
try to
Stewie.
try to draw Stewie. Try to draw. I feel like you can draw like Peter pretty easily, but if you try to draw like some of the older characters, draw
Mhm.
Gerald
Oh, what's the old man across the street?
Herbert.
Oh, Mr. Yeah.
Herbert.
Mr.
I can draw
Herbert.
Herbert from memory. I drew him a lot in high school.
Really?
Draw.
Sure did.
You can draw Helga. Helga's a good one, or like Mr. Kakashka, like an obscure kind of character.
Uh-huh.
Arnie, Arnie, I need help paying the rent. Arnie,
Phyllis Who. Oh my gosh, yeah, like
what was his wife's name? Like Cindy or something? I don't know. No, Cindy, please.
What were they thinking when they made that character?
He was just a sad.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Draw the Angry Beavers from memory. That made me think about like draw like
Oh man.
Cow and Chicken from memory.
What about Real Monsters?
I
Draw that guy who like
only
holds his
remember that guy.
eyeballs.
Yeah, that's the only one I remember.
Yeah.
Just draw him.
But imagine drawing like Cow and Chicken, like those really wild characters. Draw like Ren and Stimpy from like memory.
What's
That's
the guy
hard.
from Wild Thornberries?
Nigel.
No.
Oh no, not Nigel. Yeah. What's his name?
Skid
Dude,
or
Crazy
something? I don't
Kid.
know.
Skid.
Thank you.
Fucking
Skid.
shit stain. You
What
remember
was his
shit
name?
stain,
I think
right?
it was something like that. It was like a single syllable.
I think so.
Was it
I
it
think you're
or
right.
something?
Yep. I don't know.
Close enough. It was like Skid or It or something. I think it was Skid.
Skid.
Skibbity. Oh my
Skibbity.
gosh.
So then you got to draw Skid. If you think that's his name, you got to draw Skid.
I'm down. Yeah. Let's bring this to life. Why don't we?
It was Donnie, guys.
Oh
Was
my
Donnie?
god! It was the most wild name ever.
You guys
It
called
should-
him Skid.
It should be Skid.
No. Why?
Because it's wild. It needs to
It
be
That's what-
is,
wild.
yeah.
Anything wild. It's like that's a skid.
Yeah.
That's a skid.
Look at
over
that
there.
Skid.
You're in the Amazon and you see a skid coming your way. You're like, no.
You're in the
Already.
Amazon.
You're in the
You see a
Amazon.
skid coming your way. What
Just,
the
dude, I don't want none, man.
fuck? You're in the jungle and you see a skid in the bushes.
Exactly. You're just,
You hear a skid at night.
Yeah, you ever skid at night?
You see a
for
skid like
guidance.
approaching your tent. Right outside your tent, you hear a skid.
Just pray. Just pray. It's like I can just hear the sound of it. Just, oh my god. Guys, I gotta go.
All right.
It's bedtime.
All
Have a
right,
good night,
it's
y'all.
real.
Time.
You
Thanks
guys
for thanks Brett for all the suggestions. Those are amazing. We're definitely gonna do it.
Everybody.
I think next Tuesday, do another stream, and we're gonna draw these '90s cartoon characters
Absolutely.
from memory,
Chat-
and chat's gonna judge who wins.
Yep. Channel, thanks for joining. It's been real. We will see each other next time.
Good night, everyone.
See you guys. Good night.
Night.